Hello, hello. I didn't even test my microphone before this. That's just awkward in general, but whatever. Got the other two up. That's already open. Activate all the thingies. I feel a little better than when I lagged off last time. Got a little more rest. Still, where all the sitting here is probably not good for me. Not surprising to anyone, I guess. But I do want to finish this game some year. Right? That's the goal. Some year. Hopefully. Maybe. Lots of kick alerts up finally, so that's good. One more thing that's done. Not really customized, but whatever. I'll customize it all eventually, whenever I get it. There's so much. Hey Bard, how's it going? Pin all my messages in all three chats. Hey Rufio. Not a lot, just me so far. I got myself a bit of a nap too, so feeling golden, feeling golden. You're up today, Bard? Nice, nice. Everything good to go. Things wrap up. I realized I gotta add these over to the other map. They made all these little like covers for things now, and now the other map doesn't have them. Now the other map's kind of lame by comparison. So I'm like, well, now I gotta get these and put them on there. Whatever. Jeez. Means I gotta redo some walls probably. Gonna get rid of those crappy little boards that are all like, boarded up and look crappy, like double crappy. They're basically just like a crappy patch in the wall, but they didn't bother to really fix the wall. At least these look like they should be there, which I think is probably better. Just at the time, well, until very recently I didn't have these. Yes, I'm gonna start putting covers on everything. Gives you more things to break, so it's automatically amazing. Never at any point am I unhappy to break things. I was testing the game off stream. I was once again delighting in the fact that that it gets 60 FPS when I'm not streaming. That's why I'm never really worried about the FPS, because it's like, well, I already get 60 FPS when I'm not streaming. My computer's just a potato, that's all. How much I could do about it being a potato? I guess I could, but I don't really know how much I could do about it. Is potato. Why'd you live with it? Be gone, crappy boards. You have been replaced by the much better. Great. Maybe I don't gotta remake walls. Maybe I'm just golden. It's just much better. Yeah, I think the boards are just gonna get RFG'd. I can't think of many places I want random boards. They look terrible. Oh, I gotta add that crap in too, though. That's true. This is also not as big. Wall might be getting a... Oh, this wall's definitely getting a remake. This is super loud in my ears. Where we, thanks for the follow, Materia. How's it going? You're just in time to see me replace all these crappy holes with, grates. Yes. Well, we should have sized... Well, I could never have known the size these grates were going to be. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I couldn't have known. I'm going to put this in the center, though. Like, more centered between the two, as opposed to just directly in the middle. I actually want them partially inside the wall. Because, you know, partially inside the wall means they hold up. But can still be broken. Okay, well, I was... Not that inside the wall. I wanted the other inside the wall. There's a fatal flaw to this plan. These holes really weren't designed for these. But I think I can make dreams come true. It's like 0.95. Just make it a tiny fraction. What's 0.9 look like? This too can be 0.9. As long as it's roughly square, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, Papa can still get through this, so that's what matters. I don't think she actually needs a grippy on this, but I think I'll put one anyway, just in case. This way she can actually pull herself up instead of trying to jump through these little holes, which can be kind of annoying sometimes. I forgot, it's actually just a spline. So I could easily have just done this the whole time. Instead I was like, nah, fam. Why would I do that? Oh, that's right, that's a spline. They're both splines, so... Because of that, it is unhappy with me. Okay, like, there's never any world I want to do that. Silly boards. Blow stuff up easy. She can break this easy. I know it breaks awkwardly, but realistically, metal wouldn't break in the first place. It would bend a lot. You'd have to keep hitting it, and that's not really the plan here. I mean, this just... Gotta break this damn wall, don't I? I hate it. But it's true. It just doesn't make sense for there to be this bizarre hole in the wall. They never did. And those crappy boards were, well, a band-aid fix. I know I do this many places, so I could probably get away with not doing this too many times, but I do have to do it at least once. It was like 11.5 or something. That's about where it was. I don't super remember, but it's like 11.25. Pretty close. Might just be a 1 as far as the depth of them. I don't remember. I have no idea how big the doors were. Obviously not that big. Do a 6. I can actually just delete this one. I don't know why I'm even keeping it, because I already have the things positioned in a way that I can easily figure out where it needs to go. Or where I need to put holes. Technically, I could put different holes in now, too, which is notable. Now that I have these great things, I think I'm going to use them in a lot more places and put holes in things, so I might be redoing more walls in this area. That happens. Sometimes you come up with a good idea, and you're like, oh, well, now I gotta use it. And then you're like the sad. You gotta redo all the walls. But, yeah, whatever. I can fix these doorways. There's something here that's blocking. No, it's actually just a hole. Nothing. Just turn the lights on because I'm clearly seeing something that's not even there. Hmm. Just moved down entirely. I don't know why I moved up so high in the first place. Never mind, I should have been way taller. Maybe not that tall. By that tall, I mean I clicked an extra button there for no reason. Why is this in the ground? This should have been higher up in the first place, in general. I wonder if I can't see the freaking bottom of it. Oh. I just did like the shift end, and sometimes it's great, and sometimes it just does not snap to anything even remotely logical. I don't think I'm even gonna have you jump up. I think it's just gonna be something on the ground level there. I'm just gonna copy paste the other, maybe make it slightly larger. Considerably smaller than I thought it was, but I'm also just going to increase the size of everything by 1. Except for that one, the rest all have a consistent size. I don't really want to redo that whole wall. But since I'm redoing this wall, I might as well get the exact size I want. Am I going to raise this up a bit because this was like lower? Maybe I am. Because otherwise I got to change the height of all the platforms in there, and I don't know if I want to do that or not. I don't think I do, but maybe I do. Two 6 is close. Maybe 2.5. I think go to either side. Let's get this right size. I can just duplicate it above the other thing too. So dumb. Windows always asks me during exactly when the stream's going. Do you want to do an update? No, I thought you guys were spying on everything I do. The least you can do is be right about the times I actually use that computer. Some people. Some people's children. That's pretty good. It's really weird that it did that. I'm gonna go ahead and undo with that, just so I'm just gonna do it on top of this or something. But it doesn't foobar the wall. I've seen it do that before where it just completely foobars the texture and it's like, really? Really, guys? This just seems way better to me than the other method. Just makes the place look a lot more finished. And also means I probably need to slip some in other places too, but we'll see. I keep upgrading areas as I create new stuff. Let's test this out. This clock needs to go farther out by far. Guess there aren't that many holes in here. This thing is actually off by a bunch. It looks terrible. There is a lock after movement. Huh. Half tempted to start doing that. Of course, it takes forever to go through and lock everything. I do accidentally move crap all the time. That's a little bit on the unfortunate side. Also, it's just sticking out weird into the wall. I'd go like this or something if that was the case. I get the feeling this whole wall needed to be moved over. But I actually made I made it too large. I wonder. Huh. Not too large, but I mean not far enough over. Explains a lot. Go about there. Nice. This could be away from the wall entirely unless you run behind it, I guess. I always thought this was thicker than it is, but it sure is not. No, never mind. This just sticks out so far that, of course, until I move it, it's going to be a little wonky. You're away from the wall. No, you're inside the wall. It's a definite improvement. Be more of an improvement when I convert this over to having the right aspect ratio. Just maybe. I didn't tell the Discord I was even streaming. This is how stupid I am sometimes. Let me do that. Like half an hour into the stream. Oh, by the way, Discord. How much point in having a Discord if I never tell them? You know? I mean, obviously love is clearly dead, and that's why I didn't tell the Discord, but you know, just saying. Maybe love isn't dead. Maybe I just forgot, but love could also just be dead too. I'm fine with that. It's taking forever to select these. That's so weird. Select all adjacent surfaces takes a long time. And I don't know why. Seems like after a while on a map it starts taking a long time. But this is a new feature because I'd never seen this before until very recently. It makes me wonder why. Some things on Unreal Engine don't seem like they were designed for open world. Like select all matching surfaces. Like I just want every single surface that matches this material in the whole world. No. No, I really don't want that. That's a lot. I almost think I could have made these slightly smaller, but... Oh, it's still one more I gotta replace. Might be another room that shows up on here too. I could see that. Isn't that bad to remake that wall? This one right here. It's very small. I think it's... Oh, it's just a tiny wall too. That's perfect. I've still got to remake about the same amount of holes though. Let's just grab the whole thing. Let's just unselect this thing. Now we can copy. And then we can pasta. This wall, oh, door was kind of garbage anyway. Needs to be fixed. I guess it did them in the wrong order, and that's why now they don't quite work the way I want. Yeah. I have to redo them. All the wall. For funny reasons. That's interesting that it didn't get everything I wanted, but that's okay. I just want to duplicate this one. I just want to make it easier to find. Honestly, the pipe should probably go lower, to be fair. Oh well. How is this approximately the same size? Oh, it's not. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Once again, I have successfully clicked on all these things while keeping the other ones well. Not what I'm trying to do, but I often do that. Hold control and then keep the last thing I had selected as well. Get the job done. This wall should have been farther over though. Yeah. Looks a little better. Pretty good. This still isn't perfectly aligned with those, but at the same time, I don't think it ever was. Beneficial that Poppet can't fall behind things. Like back there, I'm okay with the running back there for some reason, but maybe not falling behind things. This thing I need to put a cover over. We'll get to you in a second. You can easily go up both sides. That's all that mattered to me. There's not even anything to grab on the sides. They're both so high up you can just walk it. Works for me. Then there's this. I didn't really realize this kind of blocked it. Same table I use everywhere, so I don't really want to swap it out. I really don't want to redo yet another wall, though. Kind of getting tired of redoing walls. Kind of takes a while, too, so it's like, I could, but I don't want... Oh, what the... Why are you rotated? I'm seeing that a lot. This is one of the problems with this particular version. It'll rotate one of the walls. So that doesn't match. Actually, this wall was off anyway from the other wall. Guess we should check that, huh? Or aligning everything to it. Now, first off, it's in the air. We're gonna do a bit of realigning, huh? No. That's how misaligned stuff was. I know now. Thankfully, I have to make things go partway into the wall, so it's not like a big deal if they, if I move walls a little bit. Especially because I've already turned these into static mesh actors. Instead of a bunch of crappy, splines. The splines don't do so hot for optimization. Almost seems to be like 0.9 or something. Oops, number lock is not on. These pipes are very ill-fitting. I remember trying to get the nav mesh to work. That's why I had to keep changing things around all the time. It was terrible. So if you're wondering why the nav mesh is a little wonky, that's why, why the pipe's a little wonky, it's because the nav mesh wouldn't line up even though the pipes looked like they were lined up. No rhyme or reason required, huh? These don't even fit. These are huge by comparison. Because I know the player wants to break things. Pretending otherwise is adorable. Now you get to. Here's where they kind of stick in the bookshelves. I don't really know about that because I already kind of merged everything, but it's dark. It'll be fine. Or it won't. That's fine too. Oh, I gotta put another one in the wall for the forbidden hallway. I do think the game looks better with them though. It was really weird. Bizarre holes in the wall that made no sense. Hey, 3 edits. I have a 3060 Ti with 8 gigs of RAM and a 6700 XT with 12 gigs of RAM. The 3060 is what runs the stream and everything, and the other one pretty much runs everything else. Turns out streaming is very heavy. At least when using the NVIDIA codecs. Hey, Blended. Got to keep you on hand. I appreciate it. This American Game's interesting? Maybe. I mean, I'm sure it'll help, you know, increase your dreams about dolls killing each other in a toy factory. Or a toy store. That's true. Probably won't hurt your chances for more dreams about that. And over on Kick, dude, thanks for following me on Kick. Yes. I don't we see all the chats? That's because mostly from Twitch's end, because Twitch gets annoyed at me if I show all the chats on the screen, and people who are more savvy than me tell me I can show different ones to different things, and I don't know how to do that yet. We'll figure it out. But I'm not allowed to like leave it on the screen or anything. Sadly. But I'm currently streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. For a while I actually had all the chats on the screen, but as you might imagine, then I found out about the whole Twitch thing and, you know, quickly removed him. I was like, wait, Twitch is the only one who's actually paying me money. Last thing I would do is piss them off at this point. But I'll figure out a way to make it work so that the other places can see the chats, and Twitch will just have to be sad because I'm not allowed to show it. Of course, they won't be able to see what you type at them, so I guess that still sucks a bit. Sadly, I don't have a good solution otherwise. You get some growth over here, and yeah, Twitch is kind of sad to see. Definitely good, not need aggro. Can you tell police? Yeah. That like 34 cents an hour I'm getting is still better than nothing. I mean, I struggle to even get the 50 bucks to get paid out each month, but I don't even think I'll get it this month. I took like 3 days off. I don't know why I'm working so hard for 50 bucks. Seems kinda dumb. But it is still the largest audience I have. Hey, thanks for the room, Humpside. How's it going? You're just time to see me add new grates to everything. We got ourselves a little money to upgrade the warehouse, apparently. Pretty good. Pretty much my usual. Feel about average at best, and just want to game dev all day, but the world says no. So, normal. Now I'm putting grates on everything. Oh my god. They're breakable. What have you been working on? What were you streaming? Regale me with tales of what you have done. Yes. This needs to be painted a little bit so it doesn't look stupid. Like this one could probably be angled a bit. Can't clicky. The computer's like, why? I'm like, I don't know, buddy. Why don't you go to work now? It's 8 AM here. UI, huh? It's got to get done. Actually, when I did a week of UI, I actually enjoyed it. I don't think Stream did because it wasn't very exciting to watch me work on the UI. I spent a lot of time in code, but pretty much still using the same UI since then. Well, these didn't end up anywhere close to where they should have been. At least they're breakable. At least they're breakable. I don't know why it's that high up. I don't understand. Yeah, all of them are in weird locations. This game looks terrible with the light on. Silly UI. I still gotta go back and work on that crap. I don't want to do that. You gotta run? Oh, thanks again for the raid. Good luck with work. If only we could all quit our jobs and just be Twitch streamers. Or just streamers in general, since I stream on lots of them, but... yeah. Why is it like they're off to the side? I think they're moving. Because they're still too big. Maybe that's it. I guess what I could do is I could actually just read out every single chat message and then respond to it and just say where it's from so that the people listening and the other places will know. I think that's the problem here, was that the they were just too large. When I made them, I thought they would foolishly go on the outside, but then I realized the simple truth that they're affected by gravity, because if they weren't affected by gravity, then they would not really fall when they broke. So what happens is they fall to the ground. This one's already smaller. But honestly, it's probably 0.7. For a while, Twitch streamers will be our only jobs until AI take over too. Yeah, pretty much. I think there'll still be a desire for human experience, like, you know, just human interaction. Because people will eventually start to go, well, everything is fake, so it doesn't matter anymore. I don't think it'll be like mainstream. I think it's going to be just like when you get something that's handmade versus not handmade. Because, you know, it's always more efficient to make it in a factory, of course, but people still buy handmade stuff because they want that, like, genuine, you know, a human made this feel. And I think that's what it's going to be. Human made stuff will be fringe. So human interaction stuff will be basically the same thing. Huh. I'd be surprised. Most guys I know are actually more excited to just talk to a woman than to actually, you know, see her naked. Because, I mean, they can see them naked just about anywhere. But to legitimately have one who wants to talk with you and have, like, you know, good conversations, that's pretty rare. What just happened there? Oh, because number lock wasn't on? The number lock was on. Like those guys in Japan who pay to spend time with a woman, just, you know, like the girlfriend experience, not to actually have sex with them or anything like that, but just literally to spend time with them. I do think that as things become more and more fake, people kind of rebel against it and look for things that aren't fake. I do think that, you know, sites like YouTube are already destroyed. Like, they're so full of trash AI content that they're basically unwatchable. So I end up just leaving without really watching anything now on it. Like, but none of this is interesting. It's just a bunch of trash. Oop, I clicked the wrong one. More AI voiceovers on top of, you know, top lists and things like that. It's just, I'm good. I guess I should thank him in a way. The internet's been pushing me farther and farther from it. If it wasn't for game dev, I'm not sure if I'd use it hardly at all. I don't think that's true. I think that plenty of poor people will have plenty of human interaction, not just the rich, because they can't afford anything else. Really very simple. They can't afford anything. It'll probably be more expensive for the AI stuff eventually, because, well, people won't have any jobs, so they won't have any money to buy anything in the first place. That's the thing I don't think a lot of the businesses get. It's like, so, okay, if you automate everything and nobody has a job anymore, who buys your stuff? Why do you exist anymore? What do you do? Are we just going to give everyone money to spend, like some sort of crappy allowance? Is that it? Are all the businesses now fighting for our allowance? Do they then rate us for on how many resources we use? And if we use too many resources, they decide we're not, you know, efficient enough to keep around. They just get rid of us. Is this the dystopian thing we're looking for? Is that it? Important questions. But I think the plenty of human interaction going to go on. It's just not going to be in, like, you know, the first world countries. But you need only go to like Africa or India or, you know, any other poor place, and plenty of human interaction there. Sometimes I kind of envy him in that. I can't remember this place sucked, but hey, Olivia, any recommendation about multiple levels, or what are you looking for? What sort of recommendation? Should you do it? Kind of depends on the size of your game. Also, how vertical your game is makes a big difference. I mean, if you're working for the whole day and here's a fake interaction, well, they're just going to interact with real people because they have free time and not work all day. But Marufio, but that's just now. That's literally now. They have all day to do whatever they want. The rest of us don't. Nothing has changed. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, about that. Must be nice to be rich. I'd have a lot more money if I wasn't picking two of the worst conceivable financial return jobs out there. Exactly, and we don't really. To be fair, a lot of rich people don't either. It's the societies that are like not first world that tend to have all the families. I mean, I'm starting to design my levels. What about single position level, multiple levels by level streaming, and have an idea about it? Did they create all levels on a single scene and just load and unload stuff by level streaming? Yeah, why not? That's pretty much what they intend for it. I mean, I create a good portion of my game on one level. I don't like the multi streaming levels if they're vertically placed like in this, because then it starts loading things from like hours in the future, and that doesn't make much sense. So in my instance, it wasn't very good. But if your game is spread out, I think it's perfectly fine. In some ways, better. Because then you don't necessarily have loading times between it if you connect them. Like, obviously, if you have to teleport to them, you'll probably have to load some stuff. But if they're just running up to it and just level streams to the next thing, that's pretty nice. Because then there's no load. Pretty much Unreal's really designed for a giant open world forest. It's really where it shines. Like, the more, like an open world flat place with a singular landscape is like what Unreal wants. Several levels and height differences. The only thing that sucks is if you put everything on a map, your height differences, they need to match up like a giant map, right? Like if you just weirdly have a map that's just super high next to a map that's super low and there's no like gradient of like landscape or whatever, it would look weird. Um, so I don't know how about that. Also, if an area is drastically different, like it's gonna have a different sky or something like that, I don't really recommend putting them all in the same thing. That's why I have my painting world on a completely different level, because I have to change the whole sky and everything like that, and the whole lighting system is just an extra pain. That would seem kind of weird. So, depending upon, I guess, your use case on how it looks at the end of the day, really. Because you can basically see other levels when you get close enough, unless you've just spaced them so far apart. But if you're just going to teleport people, I don't actually think you gain anything by putting them on a giant open world, right? Well, I mean, you can still have a bunch of small open worlds, because that's what I'm doing. All my levels are open world levels. They're just smaller ones. Because you still get the H-load system, which is still very handy. But then each area can be completely independent. Yeah. I find that the regular levels aren't very good. The open world levels are a little bit better, and the reasoning for it is that for some reason it like saves all the assets or something into the level file when you make a normal file, a normal level, which then makes the levels, the file size, huge. Whereas the open world ones don't do that. They save a bunch of references into a couple subdirectories. That's it. And they recycle the same ones. I don't know why the regular levels wouldn't also do this, but I don't know. So I make everything an open world level. It's just I don't put everything on the same open world level. The other advantage is if, you know, one of them breaks, if they're not all on the same level, you're not SOL, you know? It's weird how often levels tend to break in Unreal. Probably because they update the engine all the time. So I have found it to be advantageous to, well, first off, have a map that I load to that's the least complicated map. So if that map's unlikely to break, so if the project will always load up. That's nice. Had that happen too, where, you know, the default map you have is broken, and then you try to load the project and it instantly crashes, and you got to go into your files and change your default map. I've done that. Switching 5.6, came back in, most stuff's broken. Yeah, sounds about right. It's always hard to like speculate what's going to break when you switch versions of Unreal. 5.6, you know, broke the 3D text plugin, which then forced me to remake all my levels by copy pasting everything over and redo some landscapes, and then redo every blueprint that made reference to it. Everything else worked for me, but that's not to say something else didn't break for someone else. Yeah. I found that 5.6 has a surprising amount of bugs. Did not really seem to be any good for speed increases whatsoever. Mostly it just brought the meta waifus. That's it. Like, the meta waifus were cool, I guess. Except I'm not using them, so. That's fair. I mean, there are those who say if you don't got to upgrade, don't. A lot of how I got my game to this point, though, is by leveraging all the new technology that Epic keeps bringing to the table. So I'm very likely to just instantly upgrade as soon as I can. There's just so much of what they provided is the basis of my game. And I want the new game animation sample project for 5.6 when they make it, so I was going to update it at some point anyway. Yeah. Well, funny part was 5.4 brought a huge amount of bugs. You know what's sad? 5.6 didn't fix like any of them. Still having all the same bugs that came about in 5.4. I almost need to just be filing reports for them or something. I don't know. I kind of thought other people would file those reports, but I'm starting to wonder if that's the case. Maybe not everyone is, you know, super quick to just instantly upgrade to new versions. They're probably smart, but I also stream, so, you know, having the latest version excites people. Even if the latest version didn't bring anything to the table this time. If you're an animator, it brought a bunch of stuff to the table, but I am not an animator. I am not an animator at all. You got Rayleigh or something like that? Remember celebrates in the future? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I mean, there's always the argument of, do you use a technology or do you just ignore it? You know, it's how many users do you lose because they don't have support for that versus how many users do you gain because your game is better? I'm just checking the location of these. God, this game is horrible in the light. So ugly. I've got this is a ranged weapon. There we go. It's very hard to hit that with this. I'm just gonna jump to the other ones. I don't feel like running to each and everything. But like I say, the game animation sample project has been like a godsend. It has been so good for me. I mean, all my movements are based around that, but I mean, every time they have updated, they've added new movements and things like that. So I'm like, hey, you know, I really want that. Oh, anytime. Always happy to offer my experience on the matter. I don't even know how to get to this other one. That's how I get to it, by the way. I already went to these ones. I guess it's kind of weird they pop back in so fast, but where did you go? They are fun to break. I don't know what happened there. My character was... I was holding the button down and then the character just stopped moving. It's actually just this one that screwed up. They're a little finicky. Perhaps it's like stuck in the thingy like that. I don't know. Sure. That time worked. Probably should have rotated it though. Like that. Yeah, I don't know about these blocking plank thingies anymore. I used to have, but now I don't really care about them. This game is ugly in the light. Hopefully I don't have to redo any more walls after this. I'm getting tired of redoing the walls in this place. But it really does improve things to have these instead of the others. I probably have to remake this wall. Damn. It's so small. Yeah. I remember how uncomfortable it is to even jump into that. Or you just hate yourself when you try. It is a real challenge. Can't really click this, which is really unfortunate. I guess I did. Guess I just gotta remember brush 8. Yeah. Make a new wall. I hate making walls. Actually, you know what? I'll just grab another one in a second. Because I'm just going to grab this whole wall. It's funny the order it did them in. I'm just going to put them all in a directory so I can find them easier. I'll call this B wall. Just to make my life easier to find this one. In case I misclick or whatever. It's such a pain to find invisible boxes. You just gotta go cycle through them. It's not something I want to do with my time. Not typically, no. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this. Did I miss that one? I must have. Maybe it's like a 30 affair here. It's much bigger than that. Might be taking a bio break here in a second. I drink a lot of water before stream and tea, unfortunately. I regret all that I did before stream. Right about now. Now I'll get this wall to relatively where I want before I do that. Shift N does not always work. Well, a little secret, it really doesn't. It wants to, but it just doesn't. 42 probably. Close. Maybe even 41. Nah, 42. Better to be too big than too small. I'm not going to mess with fractional anything if I can avoid it. I do sometimes, but I don't think it matters that much here. As long as it's not stuck in there, and it's not stuck in here, that's all I care about. Then there's you. Huh. Awkward. This should be roughly the right location. I'm gonna have to test it obviously and see if I'm even remotely close, but oops. Might as well grab the grate at the same time. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't want this one at all. I want one that's already pre-set up. Guess I don't have to fix these crappy boards anymore, huh? They're one of the problem children that I had. It's just like, nope. We good now, boys. Hey, Lepus. How's it going? I have to be able to walk into this room in order to get stuff to spawn. That is true. That is true indeed. These should almost just be the low block traversables everywhere. I don't know why they aren't. Something about invalidation? Oh, yeah, like invalidate a timer? Something? I use that like in one place in my project. Trying to optimize the UI. Yep. Fun. Not gonna optimize itself, it needs your help. I hate working on this map. Because I already have nav meshes down in every room. I'm not doing them again, so I'm just gonna live with them. I wonder how much you really need to optimize your UI. I mean, as long as you're not calling something every frame, it shouldn't make much difference, I would assume. I didn't need this welcome sign right there. Just needs to move farther over. That was something I did, was I removed everything that was just calling every frame. Had it just update whenever the values changed. So basically, instead of binding things to a function, I just stopped doing that. Why are you on this map? There shouldn't be a possessed object parent on this map at all. Interesting. Also, number 12 needs to go away. Well, I just use, interfaces and just call the functions whenever I want to update a value. And I don't bind anything anymore. How much point, really? Caused me some additional problems, but those were pretty easily fixed. Most of them were just timing issues. Sometimes things didn't update as often as I want them to. I did update in the wrong order. Actually, I think I need one of them in the middle there. Do I? Pretty certain I do need one right there. Guess I should have moved 12, huh? That's a pretty awkward jump. I'm not gonna be that guy. I thought about it, but this isn't that game. Let's just grab 12 and move it. After all, the punishment here is incredibly high. We're missing. And that it's probably going to take you like 5 minutes to get back to where you were. So, let's not punish that. Okay, a little. We can punish a little. This is one of the earlier punishment rooms. Yeah. And I'm much happier if it's only a moderate punishment. Well, I mean, if you fall, it's still a big punishment, but the punishment for falling should not be so easily inflicted. Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you want the stat upgrade now, that one I can punish you for. I don't mind that. That I'm okay with punishing you for that. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. The T is winning the fight. Right back. Which I'll set it tonight because it looks better at night and nobody wants to look at this ugly day sky. Perfect. Yeah, for now I'm just thinking about it. Just my text and validation panels. That's fair. Yeah, I should probably look at these. There's so many things to look into Unreal that, you know, I just kind of found enough tools to get the job done. And I've become very guilty of not really looking for new ones. Like, if I can already accomplish the task, why do I need the others? I mean, this really kind of is. It's like, well, there might be a better way to do something, but I could spend all the time learning the better way. But if it already gets 60 FPS when I'm not streaming, I think I'll speak the game. It's kind of been my theory so far. It's just like, well, there could be, but meh. I mean, I get it when it's not packaged. I get it when I'm just, you know, I post even a clip there in the, just to point out, you know, in the Discord that, hey, you know, when I'm not streaming, I actually do get it, the 60 FPS. And this was right here where I was like going, look, it's this room here that I was really working on with the buttons and everything like that. And like, I really do get it. It's just that my computer is a potato. When it goes to stream, I'm struggling to get the FPS. And no amount of optimization will make my computer magically better. Nor can I afford a better computer right now. Yeah, I was literally just playing through the editor. Like, we're not even packaged yet. I mean, my game's super optimized. But not when I'm streaming. I'm struggling to get like 40 FPS. 50 if I'm lucky. Because, quite simply, my computer just can't handle it. So I'm just like, okay. I mean, I'm uploading to 3 different sources right now, and I'm running all the streaming software, Unreal Engine, and browsers, and all this crap too, so. So I'm not really concerned about the FPS. I've done so much to optimize it along the way anyway, but I don't really advocate doing too much, but every time I've done it, it's because the FPS got so bad while streaming that I had no choice. And whenever that happens, that's when I will optimize some. And I've done a bunch of optimization. Like, these are like solid things now. Instead of being splines, like I turn all of them into things like that. I got rid of almost every brush in the thing. I just added a bunch of new ones, sure, but other than the new ones I just added, there were no brushes on the level. I removed all the draw calls, put the thing into a giant city thing that has like all these, you know, level instance versions of things, and put the building in a level instance. The level instance doesn't necessarily improve things, but they're more optimal if you use a bunch of them. I actually put a bunch of other things in level instances too, like the bookshelves and stuff are level instance as well. I went and took an open, like a regular just default level, and tested it by having a bunch of merged ones and copies of them. And then a bunch of like regular blueprints, and then the level instance ones. And the level instance ones basically don't add to the FPS. Like, they don't cost anything beyond the first one or something like that. Like, it doesn't really cost anything because it just recycles the same thing. The downside is you can't change the variables on it in the game very easily. But I mean, that just means I can't have random drawers be open in advance or anything. Or if I'm going to randomize items in it, would have to be randomized inside that level blueprint. That kind of sucks, but in my testing, they are significantly more optimized. Same thing happened with these level instance bookshelves. And I just strapped all the books to them too and turned them in like the static mesh into one giant, or into just regular meshes. Actually, they were a spline, that's right. And you never want to leave splines, with the exception of the level block traversables, because that's what you grab onto, so I can't get rid of them. I'd love to, but I can't get rid of them. But those really aren't an extra draw call, so it's not a big deal. They're not attaching anything to those splines. They're just a spline. It's the one, like the spline meshes that are the problem. There's actually still a couple in the level over here. I'm gonna go through and optimize. Oh, make the city cooler too. I have an argument with myself here. Is for how to design the city. In my original vision, here's a dilapidated, like hell. It was a hellhole base like that. It was a terrible place. It wasn't nice. It wasn't wonderful. It was basically just like the worst dystopian, back alley, terrible place to match. It was not good. Basically, it's San Francisco. And when I made it, it doesn't look like that at all. Now it actually looks like Candyland or something. It's all like nice and sweet, and I've been debating on if I just go with that because it kind of looks nice the way it is. Like just how into the original source material that I had am I? Because I did write even on an entire novel in this world. I'm just saying. I never published it because, to be honest, I didn't have confidence in the writing when I did it. I don't think it was a very good thing either, but yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I kind of like that this feels like a dream. Someone said it's like a dream. I was like, they're right. It does feel like a dream. You go outside more than you think. It gets more common later on. That's why I replaced all the pipes with these, because I realized that that pipe thing was just obnoxious. Like, it was just super obnoxious to run around on. And now I can have enemies fight you out here as long as you stay away from the ledge. They have to stay away from the ledge too, but that's okay. If they suicide off the ledge, it's only fitting because they're crazy anyway. I'm adding more places where there's things to hide like that because I realized that I need places where you run out of sanity because it goes too far. Like you can't really how do you fix those? Like you can't necessarily make it there unless you have a higher sanity. And there is some hidden areas like that. So I can put like a super hard to find thing over here because yeah, you get it, but you know, that's kind of far. You know, instead of respawning, maybe I make it where you just have to load your save. I was just thinking about it. It's like, you know, the problem with this setup now is I could have ran all the way over there, grabbed whatever was there, died intentionally, and respawned to get the item. I don't really like that. There's a bunch of points like that where, like, you can just kill yourself intentionally in order to speed the process. I don't really like that. Like over here, you could get the Empress and then jump your way out. Optionally, you could just kill yourself off by jumping in the water and then run back around from the top and jump and get this key and save yourself all the platforming. I don't know if that's faster. Or you get this key, kill yourself, and then, you know, run from the spawn point and just jump down to here and go into the secret room. Introducing killing yourself as a mechanic is not kind of all that fun. That's something to think about. That also saves a lot of issues with loading. I actually fixed a lot of problems because of the respawn setup. That would make saving a lot more valuable. Now you just kind of save whenever you want. I mean, maybe you want to stop playing or something, but you're just gonna respawn if you die. So... Huh. On the other hand, there's plenty of instant death here, so you'd have to reload a lot. It's possible I forcibly load a save. I don't want to forcibly load a save. I have to think about that. That's the problem. That's the game design flaw. Up until this point, I haven't cared. You could take little shortcuts with it, but just knowing you could simply like I couldn't hide something out here out of fear of you just going, oh look, I'll just throw away my I'll just, you know, die intentionally and get there. It's kind of awkward. It wouldn't work if there wasn't an item to collect. It only works if there's I mean, the system I have now only works if there's just a room you want to go into and there's no way to get your sanity back in time. Because right now, to get to the washroom, the actual method for getting there is to go to the carnival room and jump out the window and then run. You know from either window you want. And you just have to run all the way around before you run out of sanity. I tried the run too. I couldn't do it fast enough. I'm not going to have a light here either, so you'd have to get into the room to wherever the light was. They're not going to be on the ground, obviously. That's weird. And there was just no way to make it. But when you get like a stat increase, eventually you would be able to. That mechanic's going to be really hard to build. Forcing you to need more sanity to get places. Hey, 3. Well, it's basically like 5 chapters, maybe 6. And it goes over 6 different floors of this building. With one of them being downstairs here, and a secret area as well. So 1 basement level. There might be 2 basement floors too. I might just change that up. But I mean, it takes like 2 hours to get to this first section. I know where to go. Doesn't have the story yet. Probably take a regular person 3 hours, I imagine. I figure each chapter will probably take a person about 3 hours. Last time I packaged, I think it was like 6. It's probably gone up since then. I mean, a game like this is eventually probably going to be at least 20 gigs when I release it. I would be in utter shock if I managed to squeeze out like 15 hours of content with graphics like this and have it be less, because I have like 5 different biomes planned. And each biome requires a whole bunch of new assets, and I can recycle some stuff, but other stuff, not so much. Yeah, I've been trying. It's definitely not going to be, you know, 100 gigs or anything stupid like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. My current, you know, project is like 120 gigs, but that's just because I take entire folders of things and I just add them. I just add whole things there, and then when I go to package the game, I just migrate out everything that I, like, migrate it to a new project. Move everything I wasn't using really quickly. Can I move that? We good? Okay. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, basically, I'm assuming you're going to need like a 2000 series card or better, is my guess. And that's purely because ray tracing, and that's because the Mega Lights kind of require it. And I haven't found a way to not need it, so I don't think you can get away with a 1000 series card. I am going to test it on a 1080 because I do have a 1080 at my office. So I am going to see how it runs on a 1080. Ain't no way it's running less on than a 1080. No way. Not happening. I would love it to run on a 1080, but I know it runs on a 3060 Ti or a 6700 XE. It'll run on either of my graphics cards. No problem. But if you're expecting to run it on a laptop with integrated graphics, it's not happening. It's just not. There's no way. I mean, you know, this game's not AAA or anything like that as far as its graphical quality, but it's not an ugly game. Let's put it that way. It is gonna require some graphical horsepower. Not as much as it takes to build it, obviously, because I got to run Unreal Engine on top of it, and that's kind of a lot, but should definitely definitely doable on 2000 series. Hopefully less. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Some people's phones are actually better than some people's desktops. Some of those phones are getting kind of ridiculous, but I think like, even if you could get it to run on a phone, imagine having to control this game on a phone. I think that would suck. Just imagine how horrible that would be to try to do. Giving you the Halloween vibes? Fair. That's kind of why I want to release around Halloween, if I can, of 2026, because I want anyone interested in the game to go, oh, look. I want people who are interested in Halloween stuff at the time to play it. Because, I mean, it's so perfect for that. I think I got everywhere. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this room yet. That's a don't know room. Yeah, I think I got every single pipe and grate in this whole thing here. Pretty certain. I guess I didn't get all the ones in the pipe maze, but I don't know if I want them on the pipe maze. I might just leave them off the pipe maze. I don't really want to have to stop and break something every time. It's kind of annoying. I mean, I'm the only one making it. I hope that counts as an indie game. A solo dev affair here, you know? Oh, I still one room. I forgot about this room. I mean, you know, if solo dev doesn't count as indie game anymore, I did that. I'm in the wrong thing. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Yui's got my back and I got some alcohol to drink too. Hell yes. Kind of relaxing. It's probably why I stream so much at night, honestly. During the day, I don't think I'd be drinking at all. I don't usually drink until after midnight. In which case, well, I do drink a bit. Should I? I doubt it. But at the same time, it does help with the acid reflux quite a bit. Probably doesn't help with my health, but lately I have been feeling healthier. I do have a lot of health problems, so they kind of suck, but you get used to it after a while, I suppose. I've kind of stopped assuming any of my health problems are serious because they've been going on for like 5 years, so doctors are like, well, you ain't dead. I'm like, you're right. You are correct. Nah, I think I'm getting healthier. Better be after all this time. Well, it might be a cool thing to do. If I just keep a record of supporters, like the number of people like, you know, do paid subs on places or donate bits or whatever, and have like a supporters section in the credits of the game or something, and just whoever does the most support gets ranked highest in that or something. That'd probably be cool. I should do that. I think I will do that actually. Granted, at this point, the only way you can even do that is through Twitch, but it's not monetized on Kick yet. Though I can apply for monetization on Kick. I just forgot. I could set up a YouTube donation, I guess, too. I'll have to make note of that. Put it places. And go down all the people, find the list of all the people who've already subbed on Twitch and start making a supporters section. Okay, trying to place things in the dark sucks. Maybe I'll add it below the chat or something. Or the my notes, or not notes, my about me on Twitch. It would give people more of a reason to actually follow on Twitch too, wouldn't it? The obnoxious one that doesn't let me have multi-streaming, or doesn't let me have multi-chat. Well, it seems just too small. Let's try 0.9 and see if it breaks or not. Hot in the pipe. Those are kind of hard to hit. I wonder why. The wall's not very close. There's mostly been farming Discord people. I'm kind of starting to question if there's how many more people would even join the Discord at this point. Summer seems like it's a lot less less frequent as far as streaming goes. Like as far as the audience gets smaller, I think people go outside. Freaking weirdos going outside. Who does that? I don't. I've been noticing a lot less people on average. So. But I was also told summer's a lot quieter. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna start adding subscribers to the game's credits under supporters. I figure, you know, might as well reward people. Emojis sure aren't that much of a reward. I mean, they're okay, but I don't know if adding to the credits that much. I'm just gonna support it by whoever subscribed the longest, honestly. It's possible I may break them up by platform later too, but for now, Twitch is currently the only one you can subscribe on anyway. They never would get their name in the credits under supporters. If they want it. I mean, you don't have to have your name if you don't want it. I'm not going to force that on you. We may come up with a cooler name than supporters though for you a lot. You know, something called the groupie that's much cooler, but until I have a name for the group. Supporters is fine. Does this stick through the wall on this side? No. Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want it sticking out here. Things phasing through glass is kind of not what I'm looking for in life. Wait that up. Got some Discord streamer mode so it doesn't beep at me. It hasn't beeped yet, but it does happen. I'm the sad. Okay, so the only ones left were those two, and I didn't check one side, and I'm not going to do the maze. I don't want to have to hit things every time I go through the maze. It's annoying. Did this one stay in the thing? Sure did. But you can shove them, I think, so I don't like that. I need to fix that problem. Let me gotta stop this shoving thing. I mean, physics isn't even enabled. Is it the fool that's giving the physics? That's a good question. Like, if I just run into it, you can just shove it. Do I even use this anywhere? No. Also saying the spell right. Those people keeping track. Desant move or something like that. I wrote it like an idiot. On in, check the Hierophant's not where it's going to be. It's really just going to come down to these. That's even worse. Now they just float away. Might be a physics body thing. This could also solve a throw problem. Hey, Deep Bartek, how's it going? Bad, really bad? Sorry to hear that. What's going bad? I mean, if you want to say. You got it if you don't want to. What if I just set this as static? Ooh, wait. That might be an answer. I don't even want Poppet to be able to push things. I want to implement tight ledge walk in my game, but I'm not able to do it properly. Is that just a newbie? I see. Yeah, Lipus, I'm just going to have a supporter section on in the game. And just anyone who subs, you know, gets their name added. And I'm just ordering it based on the longest subs, you know. Whoever subs the longest gets to be on the top, and it's down the list. And the names just have to be something that's appropriate for, you know, like general audiences. I don't want bizarre, you know, messages that'll get me banned on Twitch or something in there, but, you know, only if they want to. They don't have to have their name in there. They can just sub if they don't want to be known. Anyway, as far as your problem, Deep Bartek, I do it properly. Is it a newbie there? What is tight ledge walk? What does one define as tight ledge walk? Like, I don't even. Like, is this like an animation where you're like, you know, like pushing like against the wall and walking along like that, or are we like? I assume that's what it must be, right? Which would just be an animation of your character just being hugging a wall, and just a tiny walk area. I'm assuming. Actually, you probably just play the animation of it move too. Hey, Annihilator. How's it going? There's an enable physics interaction. I don't want Poppet to be able to shove things. Now maybe if she has strength, she'll be able to shove things. She had no problem shoving that. Well, you could attach them to the wall and then just disable the movement for any direction that's not to the sides and just have it play the animation. That's probably what I would do. Like attach actor to actor, attach the person there, and when they get to the end of the ledge, then you deattach them. Something along those lines would be my guess for it. I don't even have ledge walking in my game. I disable what they said here, and it still does exactly what it says. Well, you'd have to have some sort of method of gaining the getting the ledge like that. I mean, the player can have, like, you know, a collision on them that can do it. Then when you get it, and then once you have the actor, you can be like, you know, attach actor to actor. And you attach self to the parent actor. So you basically would have to have a collision. So you have a collision component on here, and then like on begin overlap or something like that. And then you take the thing it overlaps with and make that the parent actor and attach the player to it. And then you probably have to go into the character movement and futz around with what it can and can't do. I'm not even sure there is an option there for that. I've never made it myself. I'm just guessing on how I would go about it. Well, you could probably find a YouTube tutorial on ledge walking, would be my guess. You probably want to do that, because they probably have a better example than I do. There's like probably a constrain option or something like that. Oh yeah, you'd enable, like, on this, then you'd be like, get the character movement, and then you'd turn on, like, constrain to plane, I believe. I'd have to look into it. I don't have a good example on it at the moment, but there's probably a tutorial on it. You'd also need ledge walking animations too, of course, which I don't even have to show off. There you go. That guy explains the ledge walk. In case anybody else wants to see it too. I'll put it on all of them. Probably much better than me eking out a way to do it without having all the tools set up for it. Has to be something I have on the movable thing here, because if I just bump something else, it shouldn't move. Good thing. Hopefully it works out for you. Well, this checker thing is... should be unmovable. Well, if I just run over the top of it, it's obviously not going to help much for this purpose. It's Okay, we'll fix that. Run over the top of this. Stalker. Yeah. Ain't running over nothing now. I can't shove that, but it's also not in the blueprint. So what lets me shove these? I'm assuming it's like a movement component. Like if I put this in a movement component, actually let's create a new blueprint here. Just an actor. TP test. Like a deranged lifesaver. Yes, that doesn't move at all. Interesting. So I'm using a process of elimination method here. I'm just trying to figure out what's modified and what's not. Nothing's been modified, fair. Out of curiosity, does this have, this doesn't have a movement component, does it? Neither does this though, so without a movement component, that's not part of the problem. This is like a static mesh actor, right? Parent class actor. Gravity's enabled on this, so it's not gravity that does it. I had to check. You never know. Yeah, there was all this stuff for the water system that I'm not even using anymore. Should probably remove all that crap. It was kind of cool to have, but man, that stuff is heavy. I may yet bring it back, though. I don't have a better water system, and it would be cool for stuff to actually float on the water. But one of the problems was you could just shove the side of the boat in order to move, which is weird. Wait. that the cause? This has been a nagging problem with the magician itself, so. Also set to movable. Ever since Movable Parent got involved with this, it started really screwing with things. Well, we should ignore pawns. I don't think I ever set the players doing anything. This shouldn't even have collision. Because the static mesh supposed to trigger, but maybe I do need it actually, because the destroyable hit thingy might be necessary. How can I move you? Like, no, an option has been changed. Set these up a very long time ago. My knowledge wasn't very good then, and it's not very good now, honestly. Still breaks, but it still moves. I have to generate overlap events here, because that's what dictates it being hit. I do want the geometry to into fracture. That would make sense if it didn't. There really is a checkbox somewhere. I know it is. Still shove it and still break it. Broke a little awkwardly there, but that's fine. Perhaps I shoved it in the middle of nowhere. It does still break normal, right? That wasn't just because I shoved it. If it breaks awkwardly, then I'm going to want to put physics body back on. What's the code on movable parent? Even this doesn't look like it has something that causes simulation generates hit events. Even if we break it from the very top. I don't know why it would cause that problem though. If we change it on the lower ones, the children are supposed to be able to have different things than their parents, so. Ah, fun kick message asking if I have a dead shot. How handy. Delete that crap. I may suggested this character movement thing, but it doesn't actually do what I want it to do at all. That's what this is supposed to do right here. Like, it's literally what this checkbox is supposed to do. It has to be somewhere else too, I guess. But it was in here. Well, actually, I never disabled that before. That's... Yeah, it literally states that's what that function is for. And these have simulate physics is off, right? Gosh, physics. Oh. Wow, that's not a thing that has physics on it. This would have the physics. This doesn't even have the option to simulate physics, which is interesting. It might be because it's a weird kind of actor, though. Because it's a static mesh actor. I'll just do research on it later, I guess. I don't have a good answer for it now. But I'm spending a lot of time staring at something that doesn't really seem like something that's worth doing. I'm sure there's probably some tutorial somewhere explaining something that I could watch and solve it in mere moments. But since the fact that I have both options checked that are, unchecked that are supposed to cause it to do that, it's a little bit concerning that it still does it. It's possible the game animation sample project has something to do with it. It wouldn't surprise me if it did. It does a lot of wonky things. So that might require a deep dive into how that works. And I kind of don't want to do that because I think they're going to probably release a new version of it in like a month anyway. And then I'll have to do it again. I really don't like doing things twice. You know, like once is acceptable, twice seems a little weird. I'm gonna move this so it's not flickering though. Don't really match very well, do they? They're also still slightly overlapping. We are moving to origin, fair enough. Well, if that's the case, I'll just move it down a little bit, I guess. That needs to move down anyway. Why do you feel like you're not particularly well set up? I have questions. Are you at ground level? Someone's got to move down. I found out what I needed to know. A little weird, like maybe it wasn't selected. Oops. Oh, control. You're not stuck in this wall? Okay, you're stuck inside there. I'm fine with that. I just don't want it inside here. Okay, well, I don't know what I did there, but I don't like it. And so I'm undo it. Still see through them, right? Did I forget something? I can see the door right there. It's perfectly fine. Seems good. Door opens normally. It's good. I prefer to keep this level as optimized as possible at this point because, you know, it's so close already to the best optimization, so... I'm not going to waste my time anymore. I just automatically do this. Unless I want to manually add it, I could, but I don't need to if I don't gotta. If only nanite was an option, I could even have less. I wouldn't do anything for collision though, but it might help with the complex stuff. Anyway, that's one down. Go bump the wall. Bump the wall. The wall hath been bumped. You know, the location on this wall kind of sucks. It's actually just a weird wall, whatever. Is there like more than one wall there? No. Weird. Hey, you got +1 sub on YouTube. Thanks to whoever subbed on YouTube. It doesn't tell me, but you know. Thanks just the same. One step closer to monetization there. I'm at the 443. We're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, at the rate I'm going, it'll probably be another year before I get monetized, but hey, you know. I'm still happy people are watching just the same. Besides, once I, you know, get monetized or whatever on there, YouTube will probably just stop sending me traffic. It's like, well, now we gotta pay him. Screw that. Or we could just send them, like, all kinds of people. We collect all the ad money. That sounds like a YouTube thing to do. I know. I definitely need 1,000 lepus. I mean, you know. At 500, I can at least fill out the monetization stuff. Or the crappy monetization, which doesn't really do anything, but at least I can get myself in the system. And then whenever I hit 1,000, I can, you know, upgrade, I imagine. I can't imagine the paperwork's any different. Probably just check a box at that point. I mean, why would they need my tax info twice, right? Is the ground level? Soon though, soon. Apparently I can get monetized on Kick though, whenever I want. Won't do much for me because you need well, you don't get ad revenue at that point. You have to actually get like 10 subs and 75 followers before you're allowed to get ad revenue on Kick. But you only have to stream 5 hours in order to be allowed to have subs on Kick. That's right, 5 hours. Not anything else, just 5 hours. Huh. Can be over any amount of time you want to. They don't care. Just 5 hours. So I could have got monetized there a long time ago. Not that I remember having many people watching Kick, so occasionally I get 1 or 2, and thanks to those that are, but somehow I don't think any of them are going to be subbing anytime soon. Even if they do, it probably takes like $50 to even get a payout, so I imagine it's unlikely to really do much in the short run. Still, I'm told you get 95% of the sub there. On Twitch, I get something like 45%. I imagine for your partner, you get slightly more. But as an affiliate, you don't get a whole lot. I mean, it's better than nothing by any stretch of the imagination. They don't have to pay me anything. You know, they could opt to never pay me, and then I would be sad. But it's nice that they actually even monetize me when none of the others have. But the sooner I get monetized, the sooner I get more funding for the game. And trust me when I say the game could use more funding if I want to have the things as I want them to be and not... I mean, I'm going to make it... The game is going to get published one way or another. It doesn't matter if I get funding or not. It's just... Shortcuts will be made if there's no money that would not have been made if there was money. Yes. This is true. I mean, technically, I could release the game without dropping any additional money. That's what I've been spending the Twitch money on, is just more assets for the game. Didn't get anything last month, though. I'm still waiting for them to put anything on sale on my wish list. There was nothing on my wish list, and I was like, great sale, guys. 50 items on my wish list, and all of them got missed. Damn. Rough. It's okay. They seem to be having sales more often on old fab, so... I guess I bought... No, that's wrong. I bought a Humble Bundle. That's true. I did buy a Humble Bundle, and it had like the shipwreck stuff, and it had some Carnival stuff I thought I was going to use, but so far have not. Just saying, so far I haven't. Soon though. Soon. I usually get like 60 to 70 bucks a month. This month I'll probably be lucky if I get 50 though. Numbers less. I don't get a whole lot. Because I mean, keep in mind I stream for like around 200 hours a month. So it's not like I'm getting like 30 something cents an hour. It's not very much. Like, I didn't stream that much this time. Oh, that's terrible. Like, that's like 34 cents an hour. There you go. Like 30 days there. Actually, I can do better than this. Here's May. I got 73.51, but I streamed 212 hours. Which means I made, not including the 28 minutes because I don't care. I actually made a little less than this. I made about 34 cents an hour during the month of May. Oh, I mean, it's so many hours that I probably need to dial it back. That's too many hours. That's a disgusting amount of hours. I mean, keep in mind that a 40-hour work week, you know, I mean, that's 40 hours. So I did more than 5 full work weeks during May. Plus 12 hours on it. So it's 5 full work weeks and 12 hours and 20 minutes. That's too much time. Like, I literally cannot afford that much time because I have too many things that need to get done. So I can't do that. No, that is insane. I think during April, April I did about the same, right? I actually did 12 hours, no, 10 hours more. I actually made more that time. That's true. I made less that month. So technically, I did better the other month, the month of May. So yeah, I mean, I tend to make about 34 cents an hour in the best world. but at the price of streaming. I mean, you know, I could have worked 3 hours at McDonald's and done better. Actually, technically, it would have been 4 hours. Because McDonald's pays $20 an hour. This isn't including taxes either. So, I mean, reality is it's probably more like 26 cents an hour after taxes. The lesson to everyone out there is don't quit your day job if you're going to become a streamer. I swear a bunch of these walls got moved. They had to have, otherwise, why are these things all over there? Like, but then everything else is aligned perfectly. But it does seem like a bunch of crap got moved, doesn't it? But like, it looks like this got moved slightly. It's still weird. Unless those, maybe the doors got moved with. Invalidating every frame? I don't know. I couldn't really tell you without seeing the code. I'm assuming you must be calling it a lot. Like I say, I don't actually use the whole thing where the bind to function thingy when I do my UI. What about like the boss also with that? See, there's no bind to function anywhere. I just go to the graph and I just call things. Like I have BPI combat, you know, call that. I don't really do any invalidating or anything of the nature like that. It's just something calls it and says, okay, do this. I have an update player stats and just does these things. Like I don't do anything of the sort. But nothing's bound at all. I wonder why I still have these. I don't think I still use them, do I? And I guess I kept that for some reason. I don't know why I kept that. I guess I forgot to change it. Whatever. So I guess I do still have a couple. I think the hidden one might also be bound, yeah. Okay, there's still a couple I needed to fix. Whatever. You can always try to delete it. If you delete it, if it lets you, then you weren't using it? Interesting. I'll leave it for now. I don't want to mess with the image, but basically on the next wave of doing all the UI stuff, which will probably be when I get the UI a lot more finalized on what I'm aiming for, I'm going to go back and just hit this stuff hard for like a week. I have to make some decisions on really how the weapons are going to level up, if they level up at all. I kind of want them to. I guess I could just get things more and more hit points, but then battles just get longer and longer. Everything's a collectathon at this point. But I was toying with the idea of having it where all the minor arcana are in there too. And getting those gives you like points to upgrade them or something, or just you pick which ones you want to upgrade with the minor arcana. Yeah. Well, you see, I don't really need a very big UI, honestly. I mean, because the first UI I did was a real simple throw together. And I would add things to the UI if necessary, but otherwise it didn't bother much. But I shot through it pretty fast. Remember, it took like, the map thing was made in like a day. This and that. The save system took a long time, but that's not the UI. That's just the save system. Putting it on the UI didn't take very long at all. But title screen was real easy. I just straight cheated on the options screen because I didn't see any reason to pay a bunch of money for that. Or I mean, to spend a bunch of time on that when it was like 15 bucks. Or maybe it was 10 or something on sale to just completely have it all done. There's a couple things that don't work right, but part of the point of doing the streaming thing is that I get a bit of funding for the game. I might as well use that funding to save a bunch of time. I shouldn't need too much more though. I mean, like I need to put in a bunch of information, like what the abilities do. There's one secret I haven't introduced in the game yet that is very important to the game, but I've been holding off on that. I think the game will be painted in a very different light once that secret's out there. It'll be interesting to see. Or at least the story will. Can I launch one of the UI as UI? But yeah, it shouldn't really count. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if I have, like, yeah, the save system uses the UI to do some things, but the UI for it really didn't take long. Building a save system took forever. Writing a dialogue system took forever. Making some screens for the dialogue did not take very long. I mean, they were kind of part and parcel, but the actual UI development of that was like, I think I spent like an hour messing with it because I didn't like the look of it, and I still hate the look of it. So maybe I'll drop another hour on it at some point to make it a little better, but honestly, I don't think it'll make much difference. I think it's... the system works. It'll just about making it look nice, I guess. I am worried too much because I keep having to tweak the story a bit, so I haven't really done that. I'm also going to have audio play during it, so I have the dialogue rigged to play audio as well. Which is actually the main delay I have for a lot of it. I have a default delay if there's no audio, but yeah. But I mean, the UI for the weapons didn't take that incredibly long. I keep tweaking it because, well, I can't find... there's no roadmap for laying out 22 different tarot cards. Or 22 different abilities, or weapons, I should say. There's more than just 22 abilities, but yeah. I'm going to remove this. Because I'm no longer going to let you go in there. Originally, I was going to have the player go into Charlotte's bedroom after beating Voodoo, but I decided I didn't like that whole scenario at all. One, it took a lot of programming that I didn't think was worth doing, and two, it kind of... it humanizes her too fast. And humanizing a killing machine is not... you don't want to do that very quickly. You don't want to give a reason behind anything. Leave them in mystery for a bit. So probably around chapter 4, I assume you'll wander in here, and by then I'll figure out what to do with it. Probably. In the washroom, depends on when you get the star. Or the sun, whichever I give out first. Both will get you there. So probably chapter 3. Unless I decide to hammer those out early on. I can zip the project in the file menu? Really? Huh. Wow. I never noticed this here in all this time. Thanks for pointing that out. Years of using this, I've never looked and seen it. I'm just blind, apparently. They always told me doing all that would make me go blind. I guess they were right. Huh. I'll test that out. Might be better for backups. I don't know. It might just take forever. Most of them I just copy the project to 2 different drives. And this way I have access to, backups of the project on each of my hard drives. So this way, if something happens, anyway, the hard drive goes bad, suddenly I'm only out, like, if it's the latest version, I'm out the progress to that previous day. If it's just a backup, I don't even care. And the backup, the main version I'm using is not even on the Windows drive. It was briefly at one point when I got hacked, which is so unfortunate. Sometimes it moves which one it's on. So I'll end up having to swap to the backup for some reason, and then it's like, oh, well, guess I'm using this one for a while. I want to get like an additional, like, drive that's separate from the computer, so just in case, the apocalypse comes, I can protect the game. But admittedly, if anything ever happened to my computer, I don't know how I can keep developing the game. I wouldn't be able to afford a new computer. Not at this point. So I'd probably be like, well, huh. Like if I had to replace one part, so be it, but the whole thing. And streaming would, of course, be completely dead at that point. I mean, the microphone was like $150. If I had to replace my computer, I don't think I'd be dropping $150 on a microphone. Probably be something real cheap. I don't know. I'd have to see. Yeah, I don't know how small it would really be. My project's huge. It's like, what, 120 gigs or something because of all the little side files I have in there that are just, since I just move entire collections in there so I can just pull from it to work on the project. Can't imagine that'd be very small. Yeah, man, nah. I have no idea how I'm gonna rate this so that looks like not crap. How do I gamify a bathroom? Questions I never thought I'd need to ask in life. Yeah, I'm gonna test out the zip thingy after stream or something like that just to see, because I'm curious. But I assume having to zip up that many files would just add a bunch of time that probably doesn't need to be added. That's my guess. Oh, did I actually have the collision to you? Probably not. Complex is simple. We ain't moving no wall. Oh, I could cheat. Oh, I could cheat. This might be a ghetto solution, but it might be a solution. You can't shove a complex collision. Yeah. I mean, I assume it's just your entire project zipped up, so zipping 120 gigs is probably going to take a bit. Takes a while to just copy that from hard drive to hard drive. You know, it would have been really smart if I ran into it first to see if that actually did what I wanted. It's still trying to simulate physics. That is interesting. Where? Or does the geometry collection inherit the physics of that? It might. Where is it? I can never remember where this dumb thing is. No. Chaos physics rest collection. Okay, so I never would have figured that one out without cheating. Yeah, there's no one there. If gravity is enabled, then it also is set to simulate physics. Do I want to change that? So if I disable gravity on here, I'm curious now. Oh, sorry, it's on model only product news. Can I bonk it? Kind of a mystery there. I've been puzzling for more because it doesn't seem like it makes sense. I'm clearly missing something stupid. I can't shove it. That's a good sign. I can definitely break it. Might have been the simulate physics there. I'm hoping it is, because that's what lets you move things, is simulating physics. So yeah, again, like I can still hit it, but it shouldn't be simulating physics. And yet it still is. I don't want to call it simulate physics. Well, it should simulate physics. We're going to default to yes on everything, so I don't have to figure it out. But then let's keep gravity enabled because I want gravity. I just don't want the physics. Unless it shares. Like, it might be that the geometry collection is what's doing it. You can still shove it. Still break it. Yeah, I'll wander back to it. Like I say, there must be something stupid I'm missing, and rather than sit there and do an infinite amount of research on stream, which accomplishes very little, I could do the research much faster if I wasn't streaming, so I'd rather focus on building the game and figure that out off stream when I directly focus on it. So anyway, I did this walls collision, right? I'll bump it real fast. Bump the wall. Wall has been bumped. Any brushes left in this level I need to know about, or have I? Of course there are. The magician. I believe I'm happy with this one here. I don't recall needing to change anything on it. They're ground level, right? Sometimes it's a little hard to tell. That time it was definitely not. Cool. So it's just those ones there. Just tripping out here, huh? Just like a common occurrence of them tripping out like that? Sometimes. For these walls here. Huh, I think about that. Oh, remember what? And I doubt 0.5 is going to be enough to make a difference. Hey, Ponto, how's it going? You're just in time to see me fix a bunch of walls. Well, actually, I kind of already did that, but it was exciting. It's going okay? That's good. I noticed that one was fighting a bit, but I actually was adding these grates to the walls, which is forcing me to have to remake some of the walls instead of just having those, you know, crappy little broken boards on there. Now there's like a little grate you can jump on and break, which is more exciting than the boards because it looks a little more fitting, like it should be there, and not like someone just forgot to repair the wall. Which, you know, I understand. Who wants to repair a wall, right? Oh yeah. And they just go and break. Mostly like Legos, but The reality is, metal wouldn't actually break, it would bend a bunch and you have to hit it forever. Meh. Ain't nobody want to do that. They look kind of cool at night, though. Most of the game looks better at night, though, alright? You know, I think we can all agree this game looks better at night. Yeah, I started putting those around, and I'm, also adding... Rates to these ones, too. It looks unique enough, I suppose. It's got a bunch of breakpoints, but depending upon where the collision is where the detonation is dropped. So while it still shatters in the same way, the pieces get thrown differently. Giving enough of an illusion of it being different. I usually just fracture them once. I don't go out of my way to fracture them too complicated either. After all, it's a piece of metal. It wouldn't even fracture like that if you want to get technical. But it's fun to break things, so... I'm just like, well, break stuff. Well, I mean, like, it does drop a force thing, and the force does, you know, launch them based on wherever that is, and the force thing is triggered by wherever you hit. So, it is physics-based in that regard. But, so it does shatter on impact wherever it's at, but the pieces broken are largely the same. It's the same thing I've been using to break all the pots and everything the whole time. It's actually just the same blueprint. Just more children of it. Children of the blueprint. Sounds like an X-Men thing. X-Men plus Unreal Engine. Works pretty well. More fun to break grates instead of bizarre boarded up things like I had previously. I made them in the second area. And now I'm going back because the second area is like, well, these are so much cooler. Now I gotta go back and fix the first area because it's not as cool as the second area. This is my thug life. I have to go back and constantly fix things. A bunch of stuff got moved to the side somewhere. I don't know how it happened, but it's random stuff. It's very annoying. Oh, there's only 4 box brushes on the level, right? I got rid of a root with a brush. So I did. Sure. Yeah. Let's just skip that. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. Sleep well. I'm not sure if I'll still be streaming by the time you wake up. Probably not. It's kind of already 3 hours into the stream. So unless you wake up in like 5 hours or something, it probably won't still be streaming. Probably. Oh, I hear that one. Okay, get some sleep. Don't waste time. 6 hours is not long. I know that too well. Definitely sleep well. It really feels like everything got moved a slight amount. I could make him throw a block up here. Am I a jerk like that? There is a block down there. There's actually 2 of them. They could throw the block up there to get up here. Kind of hard to do. Not sure if I want to do that to him. I mean, it's the first room you get the magician. Come on. I should give him at least a little leeway. This room needs some improvements here along this wall. Because it's just, I took out some stuff and there's just not much point. Also, there's no reason to go over and visit Bugaboo, which is kind of sad. Also, this wall sticks out. That did the exact opposite of what I was hoping for, but thank you. Good enough. Oh, well. You really don't want to let the player fall behind things since you can avoid it. Not very fun. The camera is just terrible. Sounds like it'd be way cooler than it is, but then you fall behind it and you're just the saddest person you've ever been in your life. I swear this wall got moved. I mean, look at the... Alright, well, it crashed. Perfect. I discovered the secret of the wall being moved, and it was too late. Everything was crashed. It's okay, it's perfect time for like a quick bio break anyway while it relaunches. I'll do that real fast. Guess I put it up on the other screen. Fair enough. Yeah, still got to make this stuff too. Definitely starting to realize the game is a little bit big. Like, you know, it's a little bit big. Definitely just a little bit big. Probably too big, to be completely fair. There's some stuff I'm like holding off on until later because it could be cut if need to be. It might get. Also, if it just seems terribly implemented. Not gonna lie, the whole Toy City thing is. I both really want it and really don't want it. I really want it because it's kind of cool to collect all the little toys and it's one extra little thing to do. I really don't want it because it will require me to have a whole lot of NPCs that I just don't know. I don't know about. This is a lot. I did have them briefly in the world again too, so I've been alternating. So right now they're still going to stay in here, but the upside is if I put any kind of upgrades or anything in here, they would be available. The downside is I have to make up a whole bunch of content for them to be relevant. Like almost like quests and things, or something for them to go do, and suggestions and stuff like that, or things to talk to, which is one, a lot of extra work on dialogue. Two, that's like extra weird, like, you know, unique content that has to be designed for, like, you know, quest style things, which is kind of not a Metroidvania thing, kind of weird. And three, of course, I need more characters. And since I already need like 100 enemies in this game, that does weigh on my shoulders a little bit. The whole, how many more characters am I going to need? Oh, I see. Huh. To be fair, though, I could easily put one of the shops next to various paintings, and you could easily just travel to them. So if you want to go back to the shops, you could. And the shops could just exist on a particular level. Which then provides me content in the regular world. Which is plenty of space in the second area where I could easily have content for those things. Then that makes the painting world less exciting. There's much less point to the painting world. Other than being you talk to Tinka and use the paintings to get places, which is still something of value, but it's definitely two directions to go for the game. So basically the two major decisions need to be figured out is what kind of progression system, if any, exists. Mostly upgrade the weapons and your stats. I mean, mostly it's just find stuff so far, which is probably good enough. I could put additional copies of things in the world, and as you get the extra copies of the stuff, it just upgrades them farther. I don't really want an RPG leveling system. I think I'm 100% dead set on that being not what I want. I don't want you to grind for that, because I hate grinding. It's like the most awful thing imaginable. So I really don't want that. Yeah, I was doing this level. Hey Fredis, yeah, I made the mistake of installing someone's game to help them out, and it was very much a hack. And that's when I learned don't ever help people. I've also had people in the, someone put a hack link in someone else's Twitch chat, and I was trying to help them out too, and I got hacked out. That one I managed to defeat way fast. But, second, I mean, no problems ever really arose from it because, you know, the people were stupid. But I made a mistake of helping people. Now, basically, just let them basically hack my computer, get a bunch of, you know, whatever browser information I had for the most part. That's how they could find some random passwords and stuff like that too. Didn't really help much because I had two-factor identification on authentication on everything, including the Discord account, because they managed to hack my Discord account, but Apparently two-factor on Discord does nothing. It's not really true two-factor. It's just trash. Kind of like Discord. That Discord. So yeah, I just basically caused like a weird little like IO exception when you try to run it, and then they got access to your computer. But I changed all my passwords, and I eventually got the Discord account back. I think there's still like a side account that I haven't gotten back yet, but I don't know if I care about that account even. It's like a temporary account I made anyway. I suppose I should get that back. I keep forgetting. Make a note of that. But they actually had, an itch.io page, and it looked very legit and everything like that. Turns out it was a real game, but they were using someone else's game to do it. I believe it's called Luminaria or something like that. So I got suckered because I was trying to be nice. Twice. 2 different ways they did it. They never got anything of value out of me, so I quickly just I know what to do at that point. Got what I need off the computer, removed it from the internet, and just, wiped it. Yeah. But now I just don't help people. Like, I mean, as far as, I'm not going to install their game. I don't even allow links in the chats anymore because of it. Just no point. They can go to the Discord and post the link there. Because that way, Discord will provide a little preview for what it is anyway. And obviously I'm not installing anyone's anything. Your game had better be a download from Steam. Because I can't trust itch.io apparently. So I admit to being somewhat annoyed by that. But that's okay. The mistake was mine for trusting people. Yeah, best advice. Don't ever install anyone's game that wasn't from Steam. Also, some of the other people I was, in contact with got hacked because then they used my account to trick them into doing it too, which in a way was funny because the game was a Unity game and people fell for it even though I would never willingly use Unity if you paid me. That's totally incorrect. If you paid me, I would use Unity, but I don't know anything about it, and I don't know why I would ever have a game made in Unity when I clearly am Unreal Dev and have been working on this project for, a year and a half. Like, I have no Unity games. I will never have a Unity game. Also, I had far better English than that person. There's that too. I type much better. Yeah, I got every wall. Hey, you got the collision on this one? I'll bonk it just to make sure I do the collision on it. But yep. That was my exciting thing. Took me a whole day to get my account back. I had to ditch out on some work too because I was like, well, I gotta deal with all this. Sorry. Every door seems like it's slightly low too. I'm just going through and fixing every little weird graphical problem here. This level's pretty good to go except for story. which, you know, I'll get to at some point. I need enough free time to do it. Heck, I still have to make the Steam page. Ugh. Not looking forward to that one. I just need to make some promotional graphics, and I have been arguing with myself on what I want the game's logo to look like. As you know, it's, I don't know, I just haven't really thought about what I want it to look like. That's probably incorrect. I just... I think the original I had Poppet falling in like a city in the background or something like that, but it's not like she was just, you know, falling down the rabbit hole type of thing. A very Alice in Wonderland style theme at that point. But it's... Well, I guess the game is very Alice in Wonderland in a way. It's not completely Alice in Wonderland, but there's definitely some themes that it shares. Pretending otherwise would be adorable. And silly. I even have a rabbit and a cat. Granted, my rabbit and cat are... Well, my rabbit's not white. My cat is not really a Cheshire cat, per se. I guess I suppose it could act like one if I wanted. It's not like impossible for that to be the way it goes. I don't want this sticking under the door. Still kind of does. Door is sloppy. Doesn't line up very well, does it? That's fine. Curious to see if my kick alerts work. So I started streaming on those there too, and I haven't had alerts until today. But you have, it's like ghetto because you have to actually run your alerts through a different platform, like Botrix, something like that, I think is the name of it. Like you can't, like Kick doesn't provide its own option for alerts. It's weird to me. Like, really? It doesn't seem ghetto to anybody else. Seems ghetto to me. I was all double checking to make sure it wasn't a scam thing. I'm even more paranoid of scams. Like, I was already pretty paranoid of them, but now I'm like really paranoid of them. I'm like, is this site legit? I was looking at an AI music site. It was like, I think Sonos or something like that. And I was like, oh, well, maybe this might be worth it. And then I looked them up on like the Consumer Reports thing, and they're just like pure scam site. Like they're so bad in the reports that they will so screw you out of money. It is not a good site. Holy crap. But I don't trust any site that won't let me use PayPal at this point anyway. I figure if they aren't willing to give me the PayPal protections, it probably means that they're trying to cheat me. This wall is not very good. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, their back end is super bare bones. Like, it has nothing. To be fair, though, the Twitch back end has too much. And I can never find anything, but Kick one is just, there's just nothing. There's like no functionality. Very awkward. I'm not gonna lie. If I can ever, you know, get monetized on there. Actually, if I can ever get ad rev on there. Actually, I need a following on there. Who am I kidding? But they give you like 95% of the sub rev, as opposed to Twitch giving me something like 45%. So. And it costs me nothing to stream there too. So I might as well stream to all of them. I need more funding for the game, right? As much funding as I can get. And every wall seems like it got moved a slight bit. Very annoying. Huh. Oh, it had to have gotten moved. I mean, look, this is the stupid room info. Is like right there. There's no way this didn't get moved. Oh yeah, it's way sticking out. How did that even happen? Like everything got kind of moved a small amount. Like, but not in the same direction. Like if I had moved it in the same direction, yeah, okay, that'd be my fault, but stuff is just kind of all over the place. And the most bizarre thing ever. Now this has a weird hole in it? How is this wall suddenly short? What happened? It's like 5.6 moved everything a small amount, just to mess with me. This wall is too small. I mean, you're not wrong. It does seem to have not much in the way of what we would call rules. I haven't really spent much time on it. I just like, hey, I mean, I can just stream here too. I don't have to do anything extra. I just literally just send there as well. Okay. I'll take any audience really, because like I say, the more the merrier. It just helps get my game more funding, which just means cooler stuff. And if it doesn't work out, well, it costs me basically nothing to try. Same reason I want to stream to Rumble and TikTok. Because apparently TikTok, when you stream, has the option to stream in like a normal format and not like a phone format. Because a phone format would be horrible for this. Like you wouldn't see anything. What would be the point? But people are like, no, you could stream to a normal size. I was like, oh, okay. If I can stream to a normal one, that seems pretty reasonable to me. But I haven't set up Rumble or TikTok yet. Kick was the easiest one to do. So I was like, I'll just do Kick. I've rated it a couple of times. That's cool. But the game dev community on Kick is tiny so far. Like, it's like a category of like 4 people or something. Like it's so few people actually streaming on there for that. So we'll see how it goes on that one. But I can always be the person who helps turn Kick around, right? Like one step in the right direction by making it where it's not all people like Johnny Somali or something, you know, the most famous person I can think of from there. Well, until like Asmongold obviously starts. Obviously Asmongold is significantly more famous, but I learned about Kick because of Johnny Simoli's horrible antics and laughing as he went to prison. Or is going to prison. I don't know. He's in some country and they're going to put him in jail for a long time. What a long time is, I don't know the number yet, but probably not long enough, however long it is. The lesson learned. Don't break laws in foreign countries just for content, you fools. You shouldn't break laws in this country either, but, well, in the US. I guess that's a foreign country to some. Probably most people actually watching this time of day. Who am I kidding? They barely enforce laws here. This is really just fixing every little stupid graphical bug. Curse you, 5.6. Weird bugs. Johnny Somali and the... I mean, yeah, he got banned from it. Took him long enough. As far as I know, that's what he got banned from was Kick. I didn't even know he streamed on other stuff. The kind of content he streamed would never have flown on Twitch. Oh my god. Are you an e-girl with an OF? No, then you're probably not going to be able to get away with much on Twitch. That seems to be how it works on Twitch. So, yeah. Last I checked, old Johnny doesn't have one and is not an e-girl, but, you know, maybe. I think I got every door. Too many doors are stuck in the ground. I'm checking for doors stuck in the ground. This one's super off kilter too. That's pretty much the only person I know who was actually on there, though. Like, I don't really know anyone else who was on there. Just a double check. I didn't accidentally move the floor, did I? I don't think so. What am I do? I'm gonna lock this actor's movement. I'm gonna attempt to lock this actor's movement. But I can't keep grabbing the floor accidentally because it's so obnoxious. And I'm gonna lock this building. And I'm gonna lock the city. Because I'm so tired of accidentally moving these big old things. And not knowing it until way later. Yeah, so far it looks like I just need to get monetized on YouTube. That's where I have most of my traffic at this point. But I need subs desperately on there. I want Big Daddy YouTube to pay all my bills for the game. It's not gonna pay enough for me to live on, but you know, it might as well fund my game. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I guess I could just lock everything in these rooms. I could get all the children and lock them. I guess that's an upside of having them in here. Does this lock all of them? Looks like it did. I can always unlock it later, so it's not like it matters that much. Right? I can unlock it later, right? Okay. Just double checking that you can, in fact, unlock it later. Can't undo an unlock, though. You have to manually go to it, but still. I mean, he might be able to make some money on OF with his Korean boyfriend. I mean, I guess. It really does take all kinds. I think my favorite thing that anyone's done on OF so far was actually there was a I was looking at various Victorian outfits because I was trying to design my world, which was originally more of a Victorian world, right? I needed to figure out a lot of dresses because, well, my knowledge of dresses is, well, not that great. Well, it wasn't before that anyway, especially Victorian dresses. And there was actually some lady who was famed for doing like various Victorian era, you know, dresses and hair routines and basically just all the stuff you'd expect from a Victorian era woman. So she went and did these like risque Victorian OF pics. It was for a charity. It was pretty funny, and they were like ankle pics. It's just pictures of her ankles in various dresses. She made a bunch for charity doing it. I laughed really hard because, well, first off, people signed up for it. They were probably just helping the charity, but still, it was funny. But I mean, it was just such a silly idea. But she also had like 1 million subs on YouTube, so it's not like, you know, she was a nobody. I don't think that would fly for too many people. By too many people, I'm like anybody besides someone with like 1 million subs. So lock all the... Got a bunch of stuff that needs to be sorted too. Actually, all these walls need to go in them. Okay, I do have a building option. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, where am I putting those? Always have to go to the safari room. This is how I know where to H-load them, like whether or not they're they need to be loaded at a greater distance because the building needs to be loaded at a greater distance so the walls don't vanish. I think you've seen some of her videos on YouTube? That's fair. I don't actually remember her name. I just, when I was doing research, I watched a lot of videos. I can't remember the names now. I watched a lot on the Victorian era. A lot. Yes. And then proceeded to move the game to like the 1920s instead. So now all the characters have a Victorian era dress to them, or like how they look, but we moved a few decades. Not my finest hour on that one, I guess. I can try that, sure. It came down to assets available. It really did. Much of the steampunk stuff I could find really fit with more of a 1920s type of thing, especially like, you know, like cars and things like that. They used plastics and stuff. Like things like plastic weren't even widespread until like, you know, the early 1900s. If you're looking at like the 1880s, 1890s type of era, plastic existed, but you would have seen it more like, first off in the East, more like in Europe, and second of all, it would have been like highly unusual to see it. Like it would have been like horribly uncommon, not mass produced in toys and things like that. So a lot of the toys I could use, like I would have to limit my materials a lot. I did look at a lot of the toys of the era, and things like Poppet would have been way too detailed for that era, especially. So there was a lot of restrictions on that, you know, like say that the various things I had for this just didn't really fit. I could have done steampunk, those things like that. I could lie and say it's probably close enough and maybe get away with it. Electricity was not particularly common. It did exist, but you would have had to have gone to like a major city. Telephones, not so much. Like they existed, but again, you'd have to be in a major city, and mostly it was telegraphs. So just a lot of the assets I have wouldn't fit. Stuff like this would not happen. This like where they have like these numbers, lights. This is not real. This I came to the conclusion my world is a combination of steampunk and magic to explain the technology. It's not on Earth anyway, so it doesn't matter. My own world, my own rules. But yeah, it really just came down to certain things wouldn't have been believable. Also, I mean, I was going back looking through a lot of the Victorian stuff. And yeah, okay, if you're like in a major city, especially in Europe, you have an era of civilization, right? Like, I mean, it feels like it's the late 1800s. You know, they're kind of having some things that are a bit more like civilization. If you happen to leave the big cities, it's practically medieval times. People live in hovels. They don't know if you have like, you know, dirt, they have like dirt floors a lot of times too. It wasn't that nice. This was assuming you were in Europe. If you went to the US, like, you know, you'd have the Western era. They'd be like cowboys and Indians would have been going on too, and it'd been like. So technically, because I modeled my area after like what would have been San Francisco, if San Francisco was steampunk, that meant we'd have had a lot of cowboy stuff around too. For that, people keeping track. More guns and things. It would have been interesting, but then the technology would have been even less if I was modeling enough for that. So it's kind of a weird combination of the two. Be a lot closer to like BioShock Infinite would be about where I would put it now at this point. You know, more like World's Fair type of time. With like, you know, Age of Discovery. Mm-hmm. I think I switched these because I wanted them to be better for nanite. And I'm not using nanite. Yeah, that was the main reason. Oh wait, these have to be changed on here. Yeah, they are. I mean, the story still works. Cars are a little less exciting. I really didn't want cars around per se necessarily. And obviously there's no, you know, this is where phones would have been really uncommon. I even have like a phone booth asset because the steampunk thing came with that too, which again, would not have been available in the 1800s. So like the 1890s would not have had that. Not a thing. I think everything is largely in place now. I'm just double checking for anything that's stuck through walls. I already fixed that wall. How about this wall? This wall could be a bit off. I think I did a pretty good job of fixing all this crap. Obviously this just goes to nowhere. It needs to be probably removed from the other thing too. I'm going to redesign the outside of the building. This wall's a little bit farther over, probably, that seems like. Well, maybe not. That looks about like where I would have placed it anyway. Yeah. Huh. Huh. I just move this over a little bit. Can I do that? That's a big question there. Can I really move that? It's gonna be rather interesting to see if, like, where all this goes, though, as far as if I have to make any other changes like that. This pipe is in a bad spot. This was not originally the case. Can I move you over? I don't know about that. Can try. Problem is right here. Yeah, I really can't move that. It's already a bit farther over than it should be. That was a critical fail. You can actually just go down a fraction. Pretty certain that's part of what happened right there. Did a sloppy job on you. Which direction do you move? Okay, so we're adding. I gotta fix this problem too in a second. Actually, everything's just a little bit off. Ugh. Speaking of a little bit off. That most certainly is a little bit off too. You're moving red, huh? Not 800. About 700. That's... maybe. That's actually not that far off. It's not sticking through this wall very much. So I probably want it to be like maybe 720. Just so it sticks through a little bit. Okay, let's just set this to 1. Such a tiny area for me to deal with. Okay, maybe like 715. Maybe like 710. Okay, well. Maybe like not whatever I just did. Apparently, I'm kind of stuck with about this, so you can still see the thing through there. Unfortunate. I don't want to redo all these pipes, by the way. Yeah. Stupid PayPal messages. You've been offered the chance to apply for a credit card. Yeah, congratulations. No, it's not really congratulations. I really don't want to apply for your card. Sorry. Go fast. Pretty much. Okay. Like the perfect reading one for you. How are the cats doing? And how are you doing as well? We've obviously established that the cats are the most important, because that's how cats view the world, so, you know. Gotta ask about them first. Oh, okay, well there you go, see? Were you foolishly not paying attention to them? Should know better by now. He's a slipper now. I have so many questions. Actually, mostly just one. How is a cat a slipper? I have questions. I guess I'm gonna move this over a bit. Can I get multiple of these at once? No. well, that's not what I was aiming for, but thank you. I mean, you could be wearing them as a slipper, I suppose. The fact that the cat's okay with that's crazy to me. Well, I mean, it's just a shoe that you just slide on your foot, basically. So I'm assuming that, you know, the cat has latched onto your foot or is now sleeping at your feet. One of the two. Unless I am mistaken. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, hopefully you get it. Unless you really don't want it, in which case, hopefully you don't get it, question mark? And I need the set of pipes here. But they're so ugly. I guess I could eliminate the bottom section. Yeah, I'm gonna eliminate this. Backward military tech, not laboratory 7. Procurement of parts. Whoa, whoa. Is this some NDA stuff? Did we not know about this? Damn. Are you making people disappear? Is that the kind of parts we're talking about? Oh my god. Actually, inquiring minds don't want to know. Not if that's what you're doing. Oh, okay. Well, so much for International Woman of Mystery. Jeez. I was thinking like you were some sort of like almost like a Bond person, you know, like that. And I was like, the new female reboot of Bond again, you know? You going on secret missions? Is it like double O Kezer? I mean, is it like a thing? I guess it'd be double OK, right? Sure, I said, but I used to be the lead chemist in a factory making printed circuit boards for medical, military, and space applications. It's possible you mentioned it. I had the memory of a coked out goldfish, though, so, you know, I forget things. Probably because I don't sleep ever. If I slept, that would make a big difference. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'd give something like that up for a game dev. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I would. To be fair, this is me we're talking about. I think this will work. So why'd you give that job up? Just tired of it? This needs to be closer to the wall. How are you phasing in the wall? I question. I don't like anything going on with that. Terrible. I love the job. I got assaulted by an alcoholic cokehead, a coworker, on a production line. HR said, always said it was banter, so we're not going to do anything about it. Oh. Well, there you go. That sucks. That does not seem like a very good job anymore when you put it like that. Jeez. Way to make it sound not glamorous, damn. Well, this actually is effed up. But at least you're out of there now, right? Maybe you can get this new one to replace it, so you know you can get back to doing what you like. I merged these together and did a bad job. Damn. Oh well. Oh, wow. Sounds like a real stand-up fellow. A gentleman and a scholar. Yeah, it's not too bad. Gotta fix everything that's stuck in walls because of 5.6. Sticking my stuff in walls. Bunch of jerks. Actually got partially destroyed by anti-war protesters. Oh. Well, in a way, he did you a favor because you weren't in there when that happened. Not really the way you want the favor done, but in a way, if you want to look at the bright side, that's good to avoid that. Oh, mean words of actual assault. I guess these are all, Oh, this is stuck in the wall, too. Jeez, why is everything stuck in a wall? They're all in different directions. It's so weird. How does this happen? Whatever. That will fix it. I can't leave them stuck in walls. It does feel like this came over a bit, though. Like... But they would have all had to have done that, if that's the case. Did they? I did just move a bunch. I'd have to move everything back. I don't know. I guess this room just gets smaller. I'm not going to sit there and continuously mess with it forever. I want it to just work. I hate it doesn't let me just auto replace anymore. Also, I guess this was about this tall, wasn't it? Not really. Well, maybe it's in the air a bit. Probably fair. Here. Some last little bits of optimization, if you will. Do I want this pipe going in here? I might get rid of this in this location. It's kind of obnoxious. A lot of the work was actually done on the other thing, the other page. It's not the other page, the other chapter. But the most notable thing being now I have air duct. I mean, that's the whole game, is the giant building. It's just, I'll be working on that for like a year and a half to go, I'm sure. And now I made all these air ducts too. So now you can wander through them and they have breakable stuff. I also added the breakable things to these too. Well, yeah, but I mean, that means I'll be removing like maybe a floor of it or something, you know. These things. Which now they're a little more weird. Okay, I might need to fix that. I've been tweaking with them, trying to make them so they wouldn't cause other problems, but yeah, I think I created some new problems. If that worked. We have been working on these rooms too. Can I hit it? Okay, apparently I can't hit it now. I guess I broke him doing other stuff earlier. Nice. I was trying to fix one problem, but I think I just caused a bunch of problems with it. Nice. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Still break it with that. I don't know whether they can't break it now. It should be able to, but... Yep. That's how it goes with raids and stuff too. Things break. And you're just sad. You're like, no, why? But anyway, I'll go from the other direction anyway, because I started adding the things up here to create assorted mazes with the various stuff to wander around in. Good of a spot as any. That jump is actually surprisingly hard, apparently. Double jump there, dumb. Apparently I can't even play my own game, that's fair. I am always bad at my own game, that's true. That lag is weird. Can Justice break this thing, or is it just a problem with that? Guess it's just none of them can break it now, huh? That's awkward. Okay, well. Huh, well. And they freaked me the other day. All I did was add Niagara wine, and it was like, nope. Yeah, the Niagara stuff's rough. Anyway, whenever I break that, I made this room work now, so that it has a full puzzle, which you might have already seen. I don't even know. Now you have blocks you throw in order to do things to provide light. There's no nav mesh at the moment, so she can't move. So I haven't really programmed Charlotte yet. But the plan is to have it where it lags randomly and makes it hard to jump. That's not actually the plan, but let me go ahead and remove the extra things that are loaded to save myself the annoyance of that. Those do drop the FPS by about 10 to 20. Yep, when in doubt, attach to the character model when you need it, and then just get rid of it whenever you don't. The secret to everything. I don't need to have these playing at the same time. You dancing? These do actually slowly shrink as you're holding them, so that's a little weird, but if you ever drop them on the water, then they just vanish completely, so... And then they return back to the original spot. I totally flubbed that jump. That's kind of hard there, though. I need to remember to jump from the side. Anyway, I would end up back at the respawn of that by doing this, but that's okay, I'm cheating now. You would jump down to here for the next one. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, but the moon terror is down there. And should technically still be underwater. Yeah, it is by a little bit. You drag this width down to there and break the last one. 2 points. Yeah. Well, the really impressive thing is she doesn't have any bones or anything like that either, so the fact that she's able to move around at all would be impressive. Right? The sack doll? I can't hold that none of course. No! I'm so bad. That's why she can fall basically any distance, because it'd basically be like dropping a sack of, like, you know, rice or beads, whichever filling she has, from a distance, which would do like nothing. Like, you could drop that sack from like a couple floors up, it wouldn't even matter. But there's another doll who's made out of porcelain, that, you know, her story like that too, and she's super afraid of falling, but she doesn't care about water. But the canon reason why Poppet doesn't do well in the water is she would just suck up all the water and bloat up, not really be able to move. I don't have a way to animate that, but that's the reason why she hates the water. She needs protection from it. I was considering having a DLC where you play one of the other dolls who's actually made of porcelain, and then you have to worry about fall damage the whole time, but you just get to go through the water. Because she doesn't care. What does water do to porcelain again? Nothing. Right. Falls, however? Oh, God. Yeah. Well, she's magical, don't you know? There's only a certain amount of realism in the world. Then the fantastical things can happen. I gotta have something normal to bounce things off of. Still need a key to open a door. But the dolls come to life at night. Once the dolls come to life at night, I mean, you know, you can kind of just accept they can do kind of whatever because they're magic. Well, within reason, they can do whatever. Just because a doll comes out doesn't mean it can fly. If it had wings, though, it could. Probably. I guess it depends on what it was made out of, wouldn't it? So I have a bunch of steampunk contraptions that just kind of fly around anyway, so. How does the floating skull thingy fly around? Magic. It just does. One does not question. Well, they're toys. There's no rotting organs. It's just a weird little like skull head thingy, like, you know, like probably made of plastic or something like that with a stupid hat on it. Well, I mean, like it's supposed to be a place that sells these weird toy thingies. It's more like a almost like amusement park in a way, like an amusement park in a building. I like to say basically if Disney, you know, made a place with evil dolls that came to life at night, and actually with dolls that came to life at night and started killing each other. So basically, it's a small world. Yeah, it's basically just it's a small world. No other changes. It's just literally it's a small world. Imagine a more creepy place to be stuck in the middle of the night in Disneyland than It's a Small World. That place is creepy when everyone's in it. I don't recall what it changed on this. That's a problem. I probably need simulation generates hits. Or simulation generates, yeah, but it's right. Yeah, like the best thing I heard, and it was actually because of a creepypasta, where they were saying they got a job at Disneyland cutting the doll's hair, and It's a Small World. Like they literally said that was the basis of it, and I thought that's kind of a cool idea. That's a real job. That's actually a real job. I kid you not. Apparently, the moisture causes their hair to get longer, so it has to be trimmed. There is an actual person who cuts the doll hair. It's a Small World. And I was like, I was both happy and a little terrified that this was a thing. And now you know. Yeah, I had no idea. I was just like, really? This is a real job? So. Creepypastas about Disneyland are always fun because Disneyland's just an inherently creepy place. So, you know, I'm more than excited to hear their tales. All I did was mess it up. Let's undo my things. Yeah, hair's yarn. But actually, the moisture makes it grow. It's weird. I'm sure it doesn't grow infinitely or anything like that, but it'll look bad, and Disney doesn't like that. Disney be like, nah, fam, that's not how it works here. Yeah, it's very much not. Plastic growing because of moisture would be really strange. Like, I don't see how that would happen, but I kind of wanted a doll whose hair grew because of this. Unfortunately, if you use cloth physics on material, the material won't change. You can't change the scale of it anymore. Because originally I had a thing for like strength where Poppet actually grew to like a larger size for it, and like step on things and stuff like that. But the problem is her hair and her skirt wouldn't grow. So she would end up with like almost like short hair and like a very short skirt by growing larger. So I couldn't make a character whose hair moves and attacks things. At least not that way. It's probably possible. I don't know. I got nothing. What did I break on this? Wait a minute. You know, I keep backups of everything. Why don't I just migrate the files that I haven't changed over? It's not like I accomplished anything of real value on those. Yeah, this is kind of surprising. Maybe they just like the look of it, and it's just like that. That's just like a tradition or something. Hard to say with Disney. I mean, they are creepy and weird. But yeah, from the people who engineer the smell that you you know, in each area there, I'm assuming they do it specifically this way for a reason. Nothing happens by accident at Disney. That place is... Oof. I'm uncomfortable just thinking about that place. Might be the cost of going there. Oh, God. Actually, one time when I was a kid, it was a lot of waiting in lines. It was terrible. I hated it. I think I was like 9 at the time. We went to the San Diego Zoo afterwards, and then like the next day, and we got to ride elephants, and it was way better. And then the day after, like, which one do you want to go back to? We were like, the San Diego Zoo. Disneyland sucked. There you go. That was my... Even as a kid, I didn't like Disneyland. Migrate some stuff over real quick. So I've accomplished exactly nothing with them. I think I futzed with those specifically. I'll migrate all 3. I'm just going to close out the other project real fast. Here. So it was terrible. It's just like, how many hours did we have to wait for this ride? It's like, it was routine to wait an hour to 2 hours for every ride. We barely went on anything. I was like, this is the worst location I've ever been to. You couldn't pay me to go back. It sucked. There was nothing redeemable about it. Except when we left. That was pretty redeemable. I gotta admit, I was very excited to leave. But the San Diego Zoo was awesome. Oh my god, that place was amazing. It was just perpetual stuff to do. Like I said, we got to ride an elephant around too. That was awesome. Hop on the back, just ride that elephant around. Just like, I don't think they'd even let you do that in this day and age. That elephant was just walking along the path with everyone else. It's like, hey, you want to ride the elephant? Yep. All right, everyone get on. We're riding the elephant. This is so cool. So, I was a big fan. 10 out of 10. I mean, there was lots of cool animals. That was easily the highlight. Pretending otherwise is adorable, but wrong. Yeah. It's like the only time I've actually been down to that. Like, actually, I haven't been back to Southern California in forever. Actually, to be fair, I don't think I ever went back to Southern California after that. It was so cool in my mind that I never went back. I could go back down there, but why? It's just a giant city. Oh. It's actually a bunch of cities, but it's basically effectively one giant city. I lived in the Portland metro area for a while. I know what it's like to live in a giant city. It's terrible. Oh, thanks. would say I'm a country boy, but I mean, I live in a city of like 100,000 people, so it's not like it's a tiny city. That's not even including the homeless, or the college kids. College kids, there's about 30,000 college kids every year between the two, the university and the college. And the homeless, well, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 be my guess. Quite a few. Yep. Even the tiny town I grew up in still had a population of about 13,000. There we go. Look, see, that's how we fix problems. This is why I keep a backup. So what do I do to mess it up? I don't know. We'll just go ahead and migrate the old files. It's fine. I think that's too far for it. Kind of project. No, it's hitting the top of that. Oh, we don't even have to open at 3 a.m. Too many criminals. We used to have like 24-hour Walmart, and I think Winco is still 24 hours. But basically every place that was 24 hours has been shutting their doors much earlier because of all the crime. So why can't I shoot this one? There we go. It's just hard to hit that one. Yeah. I think I was actually there for the incident for the Walmart thing too, because there was a guy who was... It's probably late at night. I'm going to go ahead and say about 11 p.m., maybe even near midnight. And he was saying that he was going to come back with a gun and shoot all the people there. And then within 1 week, they announced their new hours of being not 24 hours. They started closing at midnight. I'm not saying that was guaranteed the incident, but the timeline lines up there. It might have probably been the straw that broke the camel's back on that one. I was like, whoa, whoa. I was telling my girlfriend, I was like going, we ain't coming back to Walmart at night, okay? Did you hear what that guy just said? We're not coming back to Walmart at night. It's not happening. I don't care. We're not coming back. This is not a good place. Oh, I mean, pretty much. Walmart's... I don't like Walmart. I don't like being treated like a criminal when I go into some place. Which, I mean, I get why, because criminals tend to shop at Walmart. Apparently. So, you know... That was... Yeah, like, there's a lot of people who steal from there and everything like that, so they... It's like armed to the teeth with security checkpoints. It's like going to the airport. It's literally just like going to the airport, except for you just buying some Fritos or something. You know, and because I'm a villain, yeah. But see, I'm like a stand-up villain. You see, anyone who would just rob some little, like, you know, it's one thing to try to plot the end of the world. It's another thing to rob, you know, some Twinkies from a Walmart. That's just low class, okay? Like, seriously. What is that? Have some standards, people. Jeez. I think I was considering putting a door here. That's true. Oh yeah, I put a whole bunch of little, like, there's a bunch more rooms now. Like, there's a storage over here. That's just that area there. There's a medical room now too, which I haven't done anything with, but there's gonna be like medical here. The new entrance to toy room is here. Medical storage is now hidden on here, which was not a room before. This is now a passageway instead of the Pirate Cove thingy, because I made the other more like a Pirate Cove. In the case, some of the stores in bigger places have keys locked up. Big heads, expensive, bloody good. Like if they're buying a glass door and stuff too. I barely ever go there. I know they were locking up a lot of things when I went to like CVS. I don't think I've been to Walmart in a year. Because I hate going there. Like a lot. Also, you can just order online from Walmart and then they'll just deliver it. That means I don't have to go inside Walmart and it costs me the same. So I think I'll just order online. Turns out it doesn't take very long to deliver across town, by the way. I might get it the next day, but it means I didn't have to go into Walmart. I'd wait a week to avoid going into Walmart. But if you go to like the CVS, something like that, like nearby, like basically the little drugstore peoples, everything is locked up. Just everything. Wild. Crime's so high. So. Cali's not what it used to be. I was growing up, it was actually a pretty nice place. It is not that anymore. But I grew up here, so it's hard to just pick up and... Don't get me wrong, it wouldn't take much to convince me at this point, and every day it's a little less, but... I don't plan on leaving yet. I guess I can start optimizing this. Am I okay with this setup? I kind of am. People always like, you should optimize your game, you should optimize your game. Okay, here you go. Be careful what you wish for. It's not that exciting. Yeah, it's... I'm moved to one of those flyover states as my plan. You know, a place where the population is nothing. And they have laws. Unlike California. I don't know which one yet. Whichever one has the lowest taxes would be my recommendation. I don't know who it is. One of my friends used to be a manager in a store that said actually most of their stock loss from staff stealing. I mean, that's pretty awkward. You'd think you'd just fire those people. It's like, oh, we caught you stealing. You're fired. That's it. That'd be the whole conversation. We caught you stealing. You're fired. Security will now escort you out. Actually, I might even sit with security there to save time. Be like, yep. Kick them out. They are trash. Should go. I hate thieves. Oh, get the other path first so I don't have to type that out again because I'm being lazy. I'm relatively okay with these. They've been here for weeks at this point. Might as well roll with it. Well, I mean, all these places have cameras. If you're accusing them of stealing, chances are they were on camera somewhere. I mean, every store here is so loaded down with cameras. You couldn't do anything without them seeing you do it. But the problem with California was that they weren't prosecuting anyone who stole less than it was like less than $1,000 or something. Which meant that shoplifting was basically, people would just walk out with whatever they wanted. As long as it was under $1,000. It's so stupid. But it's at-will employment. You don't actually have to have a reason to fire them. You can simply fire them. You don't like them, you fire them. You don't have to prove a thing. There's no requirement. You can just fire them. That's what at-will employment means. No proof required. Get out. Yeah, I mean, Apparently they weren't caught on camera, right? These people, they were caught on camera. They were dumb. I guess I did not do the right one. I would have reported them myself, but you know, I hate thieves, like I said. I'm not a fan of criminals. Like, oh, you stole, huh? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I wouldn't tell them I was going to report them, but they would get reported. I did not do what I was hoping for. Huh. Well, time to stop people from going to the bathroom with clothing. Messed up. But I wouldn't want to work around those kinds of people. I'd be reporting those people so fast. The thing about working around criminals is the only thing that stops them from targeting you is opportunity. I don't want to have to watch my back because I'm around scum. Yes. But it often does amaze me how much effort these people put into, you know, taking things that aren't theirs when they could just make a lot more money by not putting the effort into something that's actually legitimate. Oh, wait, what? Why is there over there? I'm gonna delete the previous one. It was only a Christmas temp and the company is disgusting anyway, so I don't care. It was fair. Sorry that they were key workers during COVID. Huh. Ah, yes, COVID. I didn't lock down at all during COVID. I didn't care. I did business as usual. That's what happens when you have a private office. You can do whatever you want. It was nice. That's just way over there, huh? That's just an unfortunate location. Well, I don't want to redo it, so I'm just gonna be sad. Have a good day. Hey, we cost military. Yeah, I've got break. That's fair. It was an interesting time. I wish I had moved out of this state before that. Most of the country did actual nothing, and of course, well, it was just all a giant sham. So, you know, turns out that they had no problems, and my friend was happily telling me all the cool things he was doing while we were stuck indoors. And I was like, because he was over in Alabama, and Alabama was like, that was pretty much their response, and they did nothing. And yes. Meanwhile, over half the businesses in my city closed because they ran out of money. Because it's expensive to pay rent when you can't keep your doors open. There's still empty buildings from that. It's rough. So they're trying to work. The roads are clear. Oh yeah. I mean, it was. Every time I drove to my office, there was no one around. It was like, cool, neat, what a deal. Oh, hey, missing the moon. How's it going? You don't have to miss the moon. I have a moon right there. See, perfect. No one is missing anything. It's right there. It's golden. Well, it's actually red, but still, right there. Very exciting. Now you know when no one's missing it. Good times. Yes. Technically, there's another moon too. 2 of them. Because you get the moon terror down here. I put a little moon on top of this thing to represent where the moon was. It might not be this big later, but I wanted him to know where the moon was. Oh, of course I miss everybody who's not here at all times. Like they've abandoned me. And then they show back, I'm like, woo! What were you working on? What were you doing? Oh my god. Tell me stories. I need them. You don't gotta come on. Story time? Ken has story time? That's fair. Well, is it really a secret if it's on Steam? Or it's just the other projects on Steam? And not this one. That's like the worst kept secret ever if it's on Steam, by the way. I looked over at the chat and felt like an idiot. Sometimes the grab is not very good. Actually, sometimes it'll kind of fall. Ah. You don't just stream it so you can get the, you know, the people interested in it, build up that wish list count? I would. Man, that jump is way harder than I expect. I might need to change that up a bit. It's possible, but... Also, there's a weird ledge grab problem I need to resolve. If I end up jumping a little too far because I'm afraid of that ledge grab problem. Wow. Definitely have to make some changes to make this more possible. Where did you go, little one? I should put a nav mesh down so I can actually fight things. I'm gonna help the player out just a little bit. By a little player, I mean I'm like the only one who plays the game at the moment, so I'm gonna help me out just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little. So then what are you doing on your stream if you're not working on your game? What you doing? Music. Drop you a follow. Okay. Alright. You think I was gonna do that? It's a good way to celebrate. I can see that. I could think of worse. Imagine unironically enjoying things after you finish them. Weird. I wonder why you vanished. It's just because you were far away? I'm gonna stand far away here and see if it vanishes. I can go add some caramel. Sounds sweet. Well, in many ways, but also sounds really good. Now I want to go buy some somewhere. But it is 3:12 a.m., so I ain't buying crap. Only place to open this town are Winco and gas stations. And Denny's, but I would not go to Denny's. I don't hate myself. You guys have to wait a second to be able to grab that. So I have to wait for it to clear. You can grab it once it clears, but... chocolate guy. Oh, I mean, anything with caramel is automatically approved in my book. I tend to like vanilla. Chocolate's good as long as it's not just chocolate. But typically speaking, I would like a pralines and cream would be pretty solid. I don't know. Anything where you can squeeze a bunch of caramel in there and vanilla is usually good. You can put other stuff on top of them. That's fine. Why did nothing spawn? Yeah. Because it did not get huge. Fair enough. Because the number lock's not. Nah, that was the problem. I was like, something's wrong here. And I gotta get ice cream. Can't just talk about it. That's fair. Maybe tomorrow when I'm out or something. I don't know. I basically never eat junk food anymore. It's pretty rare. But maybe I'll have some tomorrow or something. Catch you later, Missing the Moon. Missing you already. Jeez. One thing's to show up and fight me. What's up with this? I guess there might be nothing in this room, so let's go over this room where we can fight. I guess the observatory is not a room for yet. Oh, wait. I forgot I actually added a thing here. Let me not go that way. I created a little mini maze. Midnight hallway should have stuff. Here we go. I heard noise. That's exciting. I have like no sound effects or anything. It's like the same generic sound effect. Yeah, it's already kind of brutal for this room. Stuck in the thing. Oops. I gotta pump up the power in the Empress. It's just not very strong. Step back there. Dude, should you still explode normal, right? What do you do? He's broke, huh? Really? Weird. Oh yeah, I figured she'd be an easy thing to use. It's possible I might change her out because she doesn't match my world as well as it could, but for now, it's not bad. I also need like 100 enemies, so, you know. Gonna have to use everything I can find unless I get a bigger budget. I think she's a solid texture if memory serves, but I could be wrong. It's hard to remember which ones are which, but if she's not a solid texture, then I could do that. Oh, they ain't grabbed this, right? Or not? Yeah, I just made her like a little toy. Not really a ghost per se. But she had that whole vanish thingy. You vanish and turn into like a... We'll go invisible like that, and just a little puff of smoke to show where she's at. That global timer thing I made, I don't know how long ago, a while back. Oh yeah. For you, definitely. I wonder if she is an emissive ring. Oh no, but she's a singular material or not. I don't remember. Find out pretty easy. Oh, that's right. I used the I actually gave her the really good movement. I don't know. She has a bunch of things like that. I could change her out if I wanted. What are you tripping here? Yeah, she's got a lot. I don't know. I don't know what it was doing. Tripping out. Now it's fine. Yeah. They're separate pieces too. You know what that means, right? That means I can make use of these various body parts in order to make stuff happen. Because there's 2 different hands too. Ooh. I'm very excited by the head and the hands. I can just make the head float around. It's kind of exciting. Or if it like had spider limbs on it. Like if it was just like had a head on top of like a little spider body, that'd be awesome. I could try to make a contraption that's like a spider. Be kind of weird. Could happen though. Free horror clown? Did I? Good question. Well, let's check my library. I most certainly did, apparently. My free tech is strong. Yes. I looked sideways at it and I never did anything with it. Doesn't really look like a toy though. Well, that's kind of the problem. Is a lot of my characters have a stylized look with like, you know, slightly larger heads and the like, and more like DreamWorks style or DreamWorks Illumination, the same larger eyes and like that, the same kind of facial setup as those. So a lot of more realistic people don't look right. Which is why I was saying this other doll doesn't really fit my world. Because it doesn't really have that. But at the same time, I also kind of have limited resources. So some stuff gonna have to be fudged a little. Yeah. We're gonna cheat a bit here. Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, I can actually just turn most of the things I have in DAS into stuff, so I could actually do it pretty easy. A lot of the problem is actually out. It's not a lot of outputs. Oh. Problem said, no bueno. here. Oh wait, don't even bother. Just not rail. Oh, not raid. Rail. What? Might as well convert them over, right? I need to go through and make a whole bunch of characters. So I have some things to build with. I haven't done that in a minute. Or 12. And, yeah. Instead, I make more contraptions, which sometimes I want to do. I do need to make more steampunky things, too. Whenever I get an idea, I just kind of make a steampunk thing. I never know when the ideas will hit me, though, for it. I just kind of continue doing what I'm doing until I go, oh, yeah, that's a great idea, and I make it. And I'm like, cool. Then I usually turn it into an enemy, too. I see. Might as well reduce the number of draw calls in this room by infinite. I'm probably not changing this section at any point. I don't think I need to. I think it's pretty solid. I might change the pipes above. I don't know about that, but maybe. Could happen. Yep, this is one of the optimization things you want to do. Take all your splines and convert them over into merged actors to avoid infinite draw calls, because the space between every single spline is one more draw call versus it being just one draw call. Sure, it's loading the same amount of stuff, but it does it in one call as opposed to, you know, like 30 of them or something dumb. So, you gotta do it, even though it sucks. Well, I guess you don't gotta do it, but if you want FPS, you gotta do it. I should have more pirate things in. Maybe I'll decorate some of the rooms with more piratey stuff. I'll get this one over a bit. Click off, click on, so the count is valid again. Wish there was a replace option. The previous version let you just auto swap them. 5.6 being not necessarily better than 5. 5. Come on. This should hopefully increase the FPS a little bit in this room. I just recycle this one. I think I can. Basically can. Nah, it looks better the other way. I'll just make it a little bit nicer. It's not like it really adds a bunch of size to the game or anything. It really doesn't. I did realize this is actually a bit off kilter. The thing about splines is that they also a blueprint too, whereas the other one's a static mesh, so... Well, these spline mesh thingies are. And you don't really want additional blueprints if you can avoid it. Not over a static mesh. Unless you need it for something specific. That does not seem as long as it was previously. I messed that up. Might have. Wait. Why does that seem larger? Weird. Yeah, it's about the same size. Close enough. I should reduce the draw calls in this room by, I don't know, probably realistically 50 or 60 calls. That's a lot. It's not zero. You gotta do all of them now. I had to do this on the other one too. It was very tedious, to say the least, but I mean, it also stops it from giving me this stupid error that appears every time in the message thing saying, oh, your problem with your sponge, because the HO doesn't like the sponge. That error is courtesy of 5.4, by the way. Yes. It didn't used to do that either. But 5.4 is like, do now. I'm hard pressed to name a worse version of this engine than 5.4 was. It just added so many bugs. But it is what it is. I literally put this as the as A in order to make it where I could go to it faster. I hated having to go through like finding my environment thing and going to each one. Now I just sort it by room and just say yeah. It starts with A. But you had to do it so many times that it just like this is just inefficient. Later on I can rename it if I really care. That is the legend of why it says A and not environment with individual names for types of building pieces and stuff. Alright, so that should be pretty solid there. It's probably the only room that's actually relatively complete. Except for this up here, which again, I'm still kind of debating on what I'm going to do with it. Are these level instance tables? No. Why? Why aren't they level instance tables? I did that, right? I have them on the other map? It'd be kind of crazy for me to not level instance them. There's one. Yeah. I totally did. Level instances were the most interesting thing to me. Like, I tested it. I went to a basic level, and I put like 40 copies of a blueprint and saw the FPS, and it went down a fair amount. Then I put 40 copies of a merged mesh version of that, which went down less. And then I put down the level instance ones, and it went down none. It cost me the price of the first one. And I had 40 of them. It was on that day that I was won over by the level instance. I'm just saying. Those are not on the ground, but thank you for your generous contribution. I almost want to go in the level instance and fix this, but then I'll have to change every single one if I do that. But I'm probably going to have to do a bunch of them anyway, so I probably should just do it. Huh. That's weird. Cancel that. Browse to it. Directly open the level. Be sad because I have to drag a light onto it where I can't see it. Remind myself not to leave the light on it or I'll be really sad in a few seconds. Well, this counts as being at the bottom, kinda. Does it? I guess that's technically all zeros. Yeah, like that should be what I'd have to do, yeah. Let's remove Ultra Sky. I'm still learning about how they work. You know, all the little dumb things about them, but the fact I can have a bajillion of them and it doesn't make a difference is nuts. And then having them inside of other ones, like an Inception type of thing, is even more interesting. Yeah, that puts it on the ground. That's what I want. I don't want to have to perpetually move them all to the ground. So all I have to do is make a point of clicking this and then resetting it all to 0. That's it. That's all. I know I put a light down. I didn't need to reset it to 0. That's easy. Now I have to go fix all the other ones on the other level, but I'm sure I'm going to use these tables throughout the whole thing. I'm going to have to go fix all of them. Every single one of them that's like a bit off, I'm going to have to redo. It will be worth it. I'm only on the second chapter of, well, 5 or 6. Which kind of means it's probably worth putting in the effort to fix stuff now. If I was on the last chapter, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, we're good. But now, I'm not really on the last chapter. It's going to be a minute. I think the slide is here more for the looks than it is for anything else. The best thing about these is if I change one, it changes all of them. I guess to be fair, blueprints work exactly the same way too, so I suppose that's not really an upside over a blueprint. Definitely wish I knew about this earlier. The whole put it at 0. I mean, it makes total sense. I don't know why I didn't think about it, but I didn't. There's one more over there. I think it's just a table, though. It's not. It's both. Oops. Don't do it that way. Save everything. Paste here. I could probably level instance one of the little particle thingies too. So if they have those, that would probably reduce the things a lot, because I only load the particle once. It can be a game changer, really. The things you learn along the way. That looks about what I expect. Not terrible, considering that my computer never really does very well running it while streaming. I should check that rail, made it nicer before I merged it or whatever. Whatever. Still trying to get the 5.6 light building issue sorted? What's the issue? I didn't have any issues with lighting, but doesn't mean they don't exist. Really? Huh. Oh. Well, there you go. That sounds about like Epic. Why doesn't it work? Well, it's just not in here anymore. Oh, you can still get in here. Very lagtastic, but you know. So have you just swapped to like Lumen or whatever, or you can always migrate your project to another one. I do that sometimes, just migrate the whole project to a brand new one. Yeah, I imagine so. It's probably not helping. I have the sneaking suspicion that at no point is it ever a good thing. Call me crazy. Seems like it's bad. That reminds me to H-load everything. bunch of new crap that's not H-loaded. Yeah, like I say, whenever there's some weird thing like that, if I'll run searches, you know, to see what the various, you know, forums and everything like that, or even the Discord say about it, because there's the, well, it's called Unreal Source now, Discord, which helps a lot for some things. But a lot of times I just create a new project and then just migrate everything over. Just like, okay. Or your like base, you know, important like game mode like that, just go boop, migrate. Huh. I see. Are you using megalites at all, or? Before megalites, life was bad. In the before times, there was nothing good. There was only bad. Oop. Oh, so you don't use megalites. Well, let's see, how was it enabled? It was like project settings, I believe. Yeah, you enable megalites like this. Yeah, that's how you check the box. And then from that point on, you get to have basically infinite lights. And it's not really a concern anymore, because megalights are awesome. That was from 5.5, by the way, so you wouldn't have seen it. Ah. I believe you have to support hardware ray tracing. It has to be enabled. Because it uses ray tracing to figure out how the lights are done. And then once you enable that, it should allow you to check it. You might have to restart in order to get the ray tracing to count. I don't know. Or just ray tracing we tapped into. Or maybe it's like ray trace shadows. It's support hardware ray tracing. That's what it has to be. What it was. Awesome. Glad I helped. That's why I switched to 5.5. I saw that and I was like, wait, what? I hated 5.4. I had to make all my stupid things using emissive lights. It was so bad. Lumen is so bad at handling lights, which is ironic because it's supposed to be what it does. Lumen and I are at odds. But you know, I don't actually use Lumen anymore. I just use the Megalight. Turns out that you don't actually need Lumen for anything. Megalights doesn't care. Pretty cool, huh? Move this to Hidden Fear. Oh, I gotta replace all these because they're just a bunch of trash. That's okay. I'm just gonna duplicate a bunch of them. Probably this one because it's close enough. Oh, I see. I had another thing clicked that wasn't just those. Not sure why I'm really optimizing these so much as, I guess I just sort of am. I don't know if it's necessary, but this room doesn't have a good idea yet. I was thinking it'd be almost like a dining room. And I might change the medical to like a kitchen or something, potentially. Just something that's different. Like it could easily be, instead of medical, it could be like a kitchen and like a larder or something like that. And that'd be reasonable. I think after this, we might take a bit of a bio break. Realized it's been like a couple hours since I've stood up. Probably should move more than I do. Sure thing, yeah. Like I said, Megalites was amazing. I switched to 5.5 in a heartbeat when I was like, wait, what? Holy crap. Yes, please. Oh yeah. I spent so much time on lighting before Megalites. It was so annoying. Megalites is like, nah, man. I got you. Megalites is a homie. Oh yeah. It boggled my mind how crappy Lumen is with lights. I was just like, wait, what? Why am I not even allowed to have lights? This is terrible. You're so bad, Lumen. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with Emissa's stuff is it doesn't cast shadows on the player. So to fake it, I had a light on Poppet. So her shadow was always wrong, but at least it looked like she had a shadow. It was so dumb. I mean, I didn't hate how the game looked from the emissives. It looked perfectly good that way, but unfortunately, it really wasn't very cool. With it being, you know, well, yeah. No shadow, you're just, yeah, it was pretty bad. But everything did have kind of an interesting, more steampunky look, I think, because I went with more of a, kind of an orangish glow for everything. Might do that again for the lights, too, I don't know. But yeah. 5.5 was amazing, 5.6, anyway, 5.5 was amazing. Yeah, about that. Yeah. That's why I'm so fast to upgrade, because a lot of the, like, the new things they keep adding are enabling me to do stuff I would never have been able to do without it. So I was willing to put up with, like, 4 days of suffering because I figured 5.6 would probably give me some new feature that would really help. And I'm not saying it hasn't yet. It's just what it helps with I don't specifically need yet, which is a lot of animation things, because I thought about doing cutscenes, but I am going to do those later. Because I may cheap out pretty hard on the cutscenes if I run out of time to finish the project, you know? So if I could cheap out anywhere, it's probably there. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else 5.5 brought to the table, but all it had to do was bring that, and I could give it, I could care less what else it brings. Like, that was awesome. I had no idea how great life could be until that, and I was like, oh my god. Love isn't dead. Love exists with megalights. My one and only. Thankfully, I know how to do all this optimization crap from doing it last time, so it's actually really easy for me to do all this stuff now, so it'd be much faster. This whole level is getting built so much faster. It'll take about 1/5 the time, I imagine. Now you're going to come up with good sky for a storm? That's fair. If you got the cash lying around, or basically if it ever goes on sale, I recommend Ultra Dynamic Sky. It's what I use, and I mean, it has everything, including interaction with all the rain and everything like that, too. You can make your character splash around in the rain and everything like that, and make, like, you know, trails in the snow and things like that. There's sandstorms, or you can add planets in for no apparent reason other than you can. It actually has ways to check and see if your character is being subjected to the weather in case you want to have, like, you know, some sort of mechanic about survival. I mean, it's, the dude just keeps adding to it. And I think I got it for like, oh, 15 or 20 bucks, and it was so good. I was like, wait, I never have to make my own sky? Like, it does everything? Okay. He still hasn't given me shooting stars, though. I forgive him. I think. I've actually requested that a couple times. Oh yeah, it's... You ask anybody, and it's basically the #1 Sky plugin. It is... well, it's not a plugin, it's blueprints, but I mean, it's just... Yeah, it's kind of where I was at. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that you're going outside, I wouldn't really worry too much about it. But it handles all the post-processing, like, it handles everything. It's just... You can do everything. I mean, you know, listen. It's on the map. Partly cloudy is currently enabled. You can adjust the cloud amounts like that too, but I mean, we got all kinds of fun things there. We just go for the full thunderstorm thing. I don't have it enabled that you can actually do that, but it'll actually get like surfaces wet too if you want it to. Not raining very hard, is it? I should probably increase the rain to not lame. Where is rain? Did I change the numbers on this? I might have. It looks like it should be raining. Try to talk it up and has problems. The problems are probably my fault. I should be seeing rain everywhere, though. I have questions. I wonder if it's something to do with the level instances. Because I have, like, the city's a level instance. Does that mess with stuff? Huh. Ah. It should. Shouldn't. I mean, but it might. Huh. Right on the streets then? It might not actually work because of the fact that I have a city thing. I might not be able to apply weather because the city's a separate level. But the building's getting wet. Oh yeah, there's kill zones. Huh. You do have to add a thing in to make the materials get wet, but now I'm curious because I didn't know if this is how it works. But let's do a sandstorm. You can change the visibility. This seems like it works, though. I wonder why the rain's not working very well. Normally it makes things super wet. Well, first off, turn it back to partly cloudy. I don't want to mess with this one here. Now I'm curious if 5.6 messes with it or not. So I'm gonna go check. Might as well, right? Megalight should decrease the level load, if that's what you're talking about. It should decrease the level thing a lot. It's so good. Okay, so we got this going, sure. Well, it wouldn't be on there normally, but... That is fascinating. You can see the rain, but it's like not... This is not normal behavior. I mean, you can see the rain at least. That's something, but... Usually it's like much, much crazier than this. Interesting. Well, there'll probably be an update to fix whatever problems. And also just change the numbers, I guess. Don't save, I don't care. Well, normally it's really cool, but I'm wondering if 5.6 missed with some things. I know it's changed some of the graphics on my particles, so the particles look way better. But unfortunately now I can't see through the particles, so all the Charlotte smokes are actually pretty bad news. Ironically, I wanted it to be less good. I think I got all the chairs. Hey, Tosho Maven 1, how's it going? Was faster? Nice, nice. How are you doing? Pretty good. I was just going through and replacing all my things with level instances so that they load faster. Basically optimization things, merging actors, things like that. Nice, nice. Are you a game dev? You making cool things? We love game devs. I mean, even if you're not a game dev, we love everyone, but we love game devs even more. We hand out shoes and Kool-Aid, I'm just saying. To all the game devs. Yeah? Nice, nice. Making anything cool? What you doing? Tell me lots of things. As I try to find this. I got affiliate after like a month. I got it really fast on Twitch, mostly because of Fox's help. Swashbuckling Fox. He rated me a lot and helped me really get there pretty quick. Probably would have taken, I don't know, 3 or 4 months or even more to get it without him. Now the goal is to try to get a affiliate on YouTube. These are all the levels? No, these are level instances. So you can take something and, let me put a light on. What these are, I'll show you. I gotta grab a light and drop it on here so you can see what it is. I usually just drop an Ultra Sky on here real quick. All this is the blueprint of this thing here. Oh, fair enough. What am I pushing for now? Tosho is I'm trying to get well, I started streaming on Kick, but mostly I'm trying to get subs on YouTube because I have lots of traffic on YouTube and not a lot of subs. Like I have 443 subs and I need way more if I want to have any dreams of that. Just in case anybody wants to help me out. I mean, I use the same name everywhere. Does make life easier. I just started streaming on Kick as well, but that I'm pretty far off. Yeah, I have to just go through and edit those. I have to look through stuff. I just don't have a lot of time. I work a regular job and I do this. There's just not a lot of time. I probably need to drop streaming one of the days out of the week. I stream only 4 days a week just so I have time to make videos the other day of the week. And I appreciate the sub. Oh, well, thanks for subbing on Cake. Will it be? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've been hanging out on Kick as well because why not? That one there for those people who don't know. And I started streaming there I think about 2 weeks ago at this point, and it's slower going. There's not a lot of people in like the game dev category, so it's not like I've got like a massive appeal there or anything. But I figure it costs me nothing to stream there, so why not, right? Got a couple of streamers, content creators I work with, to be able to achieve affiliate and partner so far. Are we do the same for you too? I mean, hey, I'm always happy for, people sending anyone my way who wants, People to raid too. I don't know anyone on Kick. Like, I haven't even spent time on Kick. I just started streaming here because I was like, okay. I mean, like I said, if you want to toss people my way, I'm totally down for it. I'm happy to, send raids back to people and everything like that whenever I get traffic. Not that I really have much limited traffic on there, but I really need the subs on YouTube because I have all the watch hours I need to get monetized on YouTube and then some, but good God, I am not even close on subs. But if I keep messing with it, eventually I'll get there, I'm sure. Probably. Or I'll release the game and not care anymore. Yeah, I wanted one of these. That's what I was doing. I should have been placing these the whole time. I don't know why I wasn't. Like, I don't even need the blueprints anymore. I just need these ones. I'm gonna have to go through and fix all the ones in the first chapter that I'm messing with. Because I didn't realize I had all these set slightly off. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'm not terribly big on doing those right now. I appreciate the follow. Not sure if I'm interested in doing any kind of joining a marketing team or anything like that. Just, just looking for friends who are, can chat with and send traffic back and forth per se. But maybe. I think I'm kind of leery of all these marketing people because I get offered multiple times a day. It's like, I'm gonna turn this one sideways. Why do I do that? Really? You wouldn't be able to sit on this if it was in that direction, so you'd probably want to have it farther out. Technically, these candles could be a level instance. No, they can't, because they can't room they're in, which is a problem. I don't even know I'd have candles in the middle of nowhere anyway. It's kind of weird. Oops, that's not what I want. I want this that I've already moved. That's right, they're all on the ground because I moved a bunch of things, I guess. Those might already be level instances. Anyway. I think this editor is actually faster than it was. It is a level instance. Oh. Oh, how good of me. I used it in exactly one location. Fantastic. Good job. Am I changing this at all? I don't know if I am. I might change this one. I don't think I'm changing these ones, probably. Anyway, I'm gonna take a brief bio break there. I'll be back in a bit. Alright. Probably use a munchie or something like that, because yeah, it's 6 hours ago or something. A small amount of food, and I was like, well, I'll free him instead. And you know, as exciting as it is to use pale ale as my food of choice, it's not that good of food. I'm not sponsored, but I got a bunch of these and they were like 50 cents a pop. They're pretty good. Yeah, I noticed I was muted and then I'm muted. No, they're fine. Yeah. Okay. I don't usually cook food or anything like that or make anything too complicated for stream. That's fair. How about this whole going outside thing? I did that last week. That's good enough for me. That's fair. Outside world is outside. I don't like it. Nope. It's out there. I don't need it anyway. If I had enough popularity, you know, I would just stream the whole time. I don't, so I used to have to pretend like I go outside, but I hate it, so I don't do it very often. I used to like outside more. I think it's because I was healthier at the time. Now that I'm not that healthy, I don't really like the outside much. No. I was saying that I used to like the outside a lot more when I was, probably because I was healthier at the time. Now that I'm not healthy, I don't like the outside all that much. I don't really go outside as much as I used to. I've gotten healthier than I used to be, but I still have health problems to this day, so I don't go outside as much as I used to. Probably should. You should definitely get a cabaret, whatever it is. It's clearly important. You needed it. You didn't know you needed it, but trust me, you need it. That's my explanation for the cabarets. I guess one could argue that the reason I'm probably unhealthy is because I don't go outside as much as I once did. Game dev has not been good for my health, I'm sure. It's probably not actually the legit reason that caused all my problems, but we can blame it. It's convenient enough to scapegoat. Good old UE where you remake half your crap later. For optimization reasons. I wish I remember the one you were last on. Make my life a lot easier. But nope. I also wish it would stop putting SM underscore in front of it. Because I always do it automatically, and then they do it this one time, and it screws up everything. Very, very inefficient of them. But it be what it be. You got this, guys. You can brave the outside world. You can save the cats by getting their food. You can do what the rest of us couldn't. And don't worry. I'm sure the cats will mourn your loss if you don't make it back. By adopting another human and completely ignoring you. But listen, I'm sure they care a lot. Mm-hmm. Cats are, after all, known for their loyalty. Am I okay with how these are set up? I don't know if that's true. I don't hate them. But I might change them, so I think I'll leave them unfinished, just like these ones here I might leave unfinished. The other ones I was pretty certain I was leaving, so. It does improve the FPS quite a bit to do this, though. You'd be surprised how much it matters. I wish I had the lights set up where I didn't have to do this. Or I could have them as level instances, but the problem is I don't have a way to adjust the variable on them. Wow. This room's still horribly unoptimized. Okay. It's like validating asset. Validation failed. One's had a bunch of problems. I wonder why. Hey, Star Dragon. As a YouTuber I watch, I have a new vocal stim. What is a vocal stim? I have questions. Like you just hear some sort of like vocal thing and just like you're just like, oh my god, this is the thing. Oh yeah, I wouldn't listen to it on stream or anything. Unfortunately, really. Fortunately, as I also stream to YouTube, I'm terrified of copyright claims. So I never really show anything. Fair enough. I have no idea who that is, but fair enough. I don't get out much, even in the digital space. Ah. Well, that's sad. What don't you like one bit? Just gonna delete that. I have a better plan for this room. Oh, okay, fair enough. Sometimes you're just like, listen, I just said this. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Never question. Just accept. Yeah, move this over to one side. Come on, that'd be nice. That. This guy wasn't dead broke. That's fair. As both a streamer and a game dev, I've already assumed that money is not something I will ever have. It's like two of the lowest paying jobs you can possibly get. Thankfully, I have a real job. That's how I managed to afford to have two not real jobs. Wait, that's not a good thing, is it? Damn. Anyway. But not just being here and hanging out's awesome. Yeah. Even if nobody ever subs, I just appreciate having people around. Especially to chat about my favorite hobby. You know how boring this would be to do it? Well, it's not really boring, but it's a lonely hobby. I think is the best way I would describe it. Where there's just no one to talk to about it. You're just there by yourself the whole time. Gonna play Minecraft? Nice, nice. Sometimes I think I should just be a Minecraft streamer. I'd probably be more popular, but at the same time, I really love game dev. So I don't know why I gotta love this hobby so much, you know? Using chunk base, so I like searching for treasure maps. What is a chunk base? I've never actually played Minecraft in my entire life, by the way. I know what it is. I've seen people play it before. I just have never played it in my entire life. Wild, huh? I watched the Minecraft movie. Does that count? It was not the worst thing I've ever seen. I wouldn't call it really good, but it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, shows you. Okay, fair enough. Shows you where everything is. F that whole exploration thing. Yeah. That's what I heard. He says he makes a Metroidvania where you have to do all this exploration. Alright, where was it? Not there. It's hard to find the rooms above the rooms, you know? That's kind of a weird statement, but it makes sense if you don't think about it. This needs to be a hidden room. Don't like wasting time? I mean, as long as you're having fun, whatever makes you happy, really. I mean, you know. You like doing something a certain way? I mean, you ain't hurting anyone. You do whatever you want. Okay? That's my theory. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I think I'll put an optional boss here. Maybe we're just a tough enemy. I don't know, something. Well, currently you just respawn. The curse just keeps bringing all the toys back to life, so they just fight forever. Otherwise, they'd run out of toys really fast, right? Every night they came to life and started killing each other, there wouldn't be many toys left after like the first night. Actually, after like the first hour, everyone would just be gone and be like, Oh, I mean, I probably will have something along those lines at some point, because, you know, in the basement I'll have a lot of broken toys and everything like that. But we're in the more used sections of the place. Like, they start out in the area where it's like employees only, and that area is a little weird. But then the next area is intended for customers, so it's much more open and nice. About the midway through the game is kind of like that, and then the bottom area, like in the basement, will be a little weird. But there are doll pieces all over the place, where all the toys are slaughtering each other. I did consider making the whole place a giant horror thing, but it's not a horror game, so kind of trying to give that sense of wonder, I think, like almost a macabre sense of wonder. I think it'd be the best way to put it. Basically, if Tim Burton made a Metroidvania, there you go. That's what we're aiming for. Tim Burton made a Metroidvania. You know, Trisha should get more diamonds for the nether upgrades. Fair. Oh, Minecraft. Find the resources. Get the next upgrade. I played Terraria, so I mean, it's not like I don't understand how Minecraft works. Sounds exciting, though. Time to trap the player in here with a fight. There could be piles of dolls in here. That's true. That's very true. Let me do it slightly far away from there, so this way. It's, you can't just easily get back out by triggering it and then breaking, soft locking things. Well, it won't be a soft lock, they just wouldn't be able to fight it. Actually, they can just leave level and come back, that would let them fight it. That wouldn't really be a big deal. It's really hard to do it with only the small amount of space between this and the ceiling. Just thought I'd point that out. Okay, well, I probably need to be a speed of 1. It's just slightly too long. Oh, that's right. It's actually here. Let's go down. I won't be able to get to that, so it's fine. Cool decorations, post-universe games. You know, if this wasn't like the first game that I was making in this universe, that'd probably be pretty good. Maybe like future games, I guess. Maybe. It's an interesting idea. Yeah. Yeah, it's the ideas list. Posters for in universe games. Yeah, I mean, it might happen. I do need decoration ideas, so maybe. Maybe I can finally use the Megabyte. Do I want you to be able to go in these, or should I just block off all the directions here and then make it so you have to... you can fight inside, that's fine. I don't really need that spline, 1 spline's enough. Now I can make the Megabyte way tougher. He was just a throwaway enemy that was supposed to be back in the second room, but... He has a hat! Aw, I gave him a beard. I didn't realize this one had like the beard. That's awesome. I'm so happy he has a beard. Posters for the enemies? Maybe. The only problem with posters in general, though, is that Poppet is so short that, you know, if I put a poster on the wall, the odds the player even looks up to see it, like the poster would be way up there. I mean, if that's the height of a window, a lot of times Poppet walks by, but she doesn't see things, so it'd have to be areas where she was up on top of something to see it. But I mean, it would be okay to put it in these kinds of places, so maybe. Not a bad idea. I need something to put on walls. I'll have to come up with some picture ideas, if that's the case. Not a bad idea. I'll think about what I might put on there. It could happen. I usually just put paintings places, and the paintings are of various things as well. So far, they're just of rooms, but I might put paintings of other stuff on the walls. Not necessarily posters, but the posters did exist at the time, so it's not like they're unheard of. They had posters all the way back in the 1800s. Actually, no, they had them earlier than that. So I saw posters advertising like Shakespeare and things. So clearly, they've had them a long time. I mean, whenever they had paper, they could easily have made a poster. Granted, they would have been crude, but interesting. Fallen posters isn't a bad idea. You see, I added to my to-do list thingies here for various ideas. Not all of them make the cut or anything, but I won't remember otherwise, so I just make certain add them to the thing and kind of solves all the problems, really. I get to it, head out. Yeah.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Welcome back, Kaz. You appear to have survived, unless you didn't make it outside, in which case, well, you still survived, but I would say I'm disappointed, but I understand if you didn't go outside. Just thought I'd say that. I understand. I think Bosun was what they call him. I think that's how you spell it. No, it's not. You got thick sausages? Oh my. What an exciting time. And what will you do with these new thick sausages? Is delicious food happening? Or did you just buy the thick sausages because you're like, well, I'm going out and I'm going to buy them right now? Yeah, it's Bo's son, which is a variant of boatswain. Why is the bosun up in the pipes above everything and not near a boat? I don't know. Why not? might just make him a regular enemy too. I did kind of want an optional boss over here. New fast updates up. Play tomorrow. Nice, nice. Imagine taking time to actually play games. Who does that? If I made my game where I could release it in, like, you know, of October of 2027, I could probably afford plenty of time to play games then. Why'd I have to pick 2026? Mistakes were made. Just saying. Steaks were made? I would have had a steak. Regrettably, as a game dev and streamer, I don't really eat a lot of steak. Probably because steak costs a lot more money than I want to spend on that. I work my regular job, then I can eat all the steak I want. Why do I work this job? It's because I hate money. I really like game dev. Damn. I don't think I fit one of the little Charlotte warning things in here, can I? It's not that. What the hell did I call them? That is not fitting. Plug them. Yeah, it's much more common at this point. I'm a fan. I keep killing them off. I keep finding more. I think it's this one. Oh, maybe. I haven't seen them actually in this room. I've seen random flying things. I don't know how they get in the house. Like, we blocked everything off. Old houses. House is like 70 years old or something, so kind of hard to keep them all out. Yeah, somebody put emojis all over the place. I'm a terrible person. It's fine. Yes, emojis everywhere. I put little Charlotte messages everywhere because she's playful. I mean, after all, you're her toy, right? Who's to say she isn't happy to see you running around this place? Might be. After all, if you just lay over there and die or whatever in the corner, that's no. What a lame toy that would be. I wish I had like a skull and crossbones set up for this. But instead, I'll just have to have a sign that says new friend. My hope is that they go over there and then die. I'll have to make the boss hard. Like a little mini boss, an optional extra boss. I don't even know what you get for it. Probably a tarot card. Or a key. You'll get a key. That's how it works. Need 25 diamonds? That's fair. I do would like 25 diamonds. Though to be fair, diamonds really aren't worth all that much, so. It's like 25 lumps of gold. Gold or something. You could actually just bypass that whole room and just go straight over and fight Charlotte if you want. Speedrunners must love this. Got a bunch of piratey things in here to make all the walls and everything, I guess. I've been puzzling over this room for a bit. And part of the problem is I want Charlotte to be available to fight here. Or like chase after you and be a problem. But she needs such a large amount of space. Which is difficult to make the place look good. If, you know, I have to do that. Right? I mean, I'm going to have her fly in this one. I don't have a flying AI for it yet. Well, I do, but it's not very good. I'm going to have to put my thinking cap on for that one. I also need to set up an entire system so she can play red light, green light with you. Or essentially, if you look at her, she won't move. If you think this area is difficult now, imagine it where you have to try to do a lot of the jumps while only periodically looking the right direction. This room will be incredibly hard. I mean, imagine it's like you have to watch her and yet somehow like look real fast and make this jump over here. Oh yeah, good job. Good luck. I did it, you know, and when I didn't have to do that. I'll have to make it pretty slow though. I'm still gonna have to get Poppet some ranged weapons that are like able to hit things in the sky. Oh, I just need this done actually. There we go. Blanking for a second there. I was like, wait a minute. Sure, I guess. I don't have a better name for it right now. It's fair enough. Sure. Right here to start anyway. Gotta periodically restart the engine anyway, otherwise it gets a little uppity. How goes the diamond hunt, Stars? Find them all yet? Hmm. I have to do a lot of work on this AI before all is said and done, I'm sure. Well, I guess Charlotte usually doesn't have much in the way of interesting things since she's just playing simple children's games with you. Nothing to worry about. It'll be fine. I'll keep her other behaviors of moving to various points. What I can do is make it where there's a line trace coming off of Poppet that works just like the things I have for like the cubes and stuff. So if Poppet's like directly targeting her, then she won't move. That's an idea. And I just make the sphere huge. I've been thinking about this for a bit. I was trying to figure out a good way to do this because I really don't want to use the AI system. That's like the whole visual system that Epic has. A lot of extra, not that great for this one time where I care if the player can sort of look at Charlotte. Like that's it. Like it's never a factor anywhere else, but in this one instance. That's probably fine. One of the problems, though, is the thing for Poppet's not actually... The interaction thing is not that incredibly long. I'll have to test it. It's like on interact, I believe is what it is. Wait, doesn't that just already exist on here? Like, yeah, that's what I used to call him. Was. We'll just use one for all the Charlottes. I don't really need a bunch of ones here. Face first. Oh, that's right. I found out you can convert these to a branch. Hey, Silent FNC. How's it going? Grab some more alcohol or something. Fell asleep watching on TV? Nice. I think you're the first person who's ever said they were watching me on the TV. Did I look good on TV? Did I look on the big screen? With my rigorous game dev training? Rigorous indeed. But yeah, I am still at it. Do not sleep. I really take moments where I am not game deving. My eyes happen to be closed. I start working the encounter system. Oh, I see, because I changed the name on it. That's not what I was aiming for at all, but thank you for all that. I'm hoping this would all leave the thing, but sure. How are you still considered in there? I hit the X. Thought I did. Whatever. No, that's not working right, but okay. Apparently clear all nodes exist, and I can just do this and fix it. Hopefully. I'm gonna make the assumption that this thing is somehow broken because it was made in the previous version of the engine, and whenever it gets finicky and weird, just assume that it's probably best to redo it real fast. Pretty easy to do. I'm new to UE and you're a fan. 22 months now. And the graph lets me know I'm in the right place. But don't worry, this graph is so much more exciting than you think it is because all of these are also graphs. But don't worry, because if you get into this one here, oh, look, there's more graphs. Oh, and then there's more stuff in here. Before we get to these monstrosities. They're just trying to make a simple landscape. I mean, landscapes are so much fun. You just start, you know, molding them like they're clay. And then you're just like, ooh, there's this button, and this button, and this button. You kind of do them for fun, but unfortunately I made a game that's inside a building. I haven't had that many uses for landscape. I did sneak one in. I did. Can we tell this advance? That's fair. Well, this thing is currently, besides Poppet herself, my pride and joy. This glorious event known as the Puppet Master, well, actor I should say, controls the AI for all of the enemies in the game. Everyone, even the bosses. It also controls whether or not you encounter things. Treat it like a dungeon master. It's really what it is. It's basically a dungeon master. With every single enemy type having a graph to control it. Some of the graphs are pretty simple. Most of the enemies aren't that smart, but this one's actually really simple. But you'll get there. You just sit there and just keep breaking things until you get there. That's how it works. You never learn anything unless you're breaking stuff. That means you're experimenting. Which leads to learning things. Half the time I'm breaking. So right now I'm trying to come up with a method that I've never done before. I'm just like, well, I have an idea of how I could maybe make it happen. Where it's I can't remember the name of any particular enemy that does this in games, but I'm sure you've seen the horror type of thing where if you look at an enemy, they won't move, but if you look away, they do move. And that's what I want here. I want the ghost girl, you know, Charlotte, to sit there and not move as long as you're watching her. But to start flying towards you slowly if you stop watching her. She doesn't move very fast because it wouldn't be fun if she moved really fast. Along the way, you just have to lower the water to get to the moon thingy down here. You're hitting all the switches. Which will make platforming really hard because water is an instant kill, so. One-way trip to respawn. Hell yeah. Don't jump in the pool. I still gotta build this room up to look cool too, but. Job one. That's Make a ghetto version first. Hmm. If she's considered hidden, do that. I'm going to keep the hidden mechanic in. I use gameplay tags to know if someone's hidden or not. So I can just get all of Poppet's gameplay tags and it'll tell me exactly what she has and doesn't have. Because basically all these can act as essentially like booleans. So which type of enemy they are, if Poppet's hidden or things like that, the current status of things. So with a singular call through the an interface to Poppet, be like, hey, what gameplay tags you got? I can get like just about everything I need to know about her. I mean, not literally everything, but close. Very close. All right. So if Poppet's hidden, you can just go about her business, honestly. Like, I don't really plan on doing much else. Other than maybe the nearest an attack thing. Well, actually, I kind of wanted to move around periodically to make it harder on you. Like, if you're watching her, she won't move. But she might move to a nearby smoke thingy if you are not paying attention. But why is attack not a thing? Let's just move to target. There's no longer an attack thing. So yeah, let's move to target. Honestly, I think I already wrote the AI necessary for this because I already wrote all the flying stuff. So I think that's all I need for her. I gave her the tag Charlotte flying, right? No. I probably should do that. That's going to dictate whether or not that's a thing. Immunity to water, immunity to bubbles. God, it looks super complex and fun. Well, this right now, achievement project. Kind materials, animations, blueprints, etc. I usually find my advice is to, you know, stick with one thing at a time and just start making, you know, a sample game. I usually recommend people follow how to make a game tutorial. And then once you've got that figured out, start adding to that. So you'll always have a project that you're building so you can always mess around with things. And just keep a backup of it. So this way, if you break something, you can easily just jump to your backup if you can't fix it. But when you try to add all these tutorials together, because everyone starts at the beginning, it really helps you learn a lot. And that's what I learned. That's what I did. It's like, oh, look, this tutorial is really neat. Well, now I want this feature. Okay, I want this feature. Okay, I want this feature. Led to quite a bit. Of course, I started with a lot of graphical stuff first. And I had to make my my female character, much more attractive. It was important. Give her all the best hair physics and dress physics for some reason. Not this project, it's a different project, but yeah. Connect that up. Kind of important. But the thing about Unreal, really gotta be careful of is Unreal can do a whole lot of things, way more than you'll ever need for games or things like that, or for whatever particular type of thing, because it's designed to do things for a whole bunch of different fields. Like architecture and, you know, movies and things. So, in the goal, usually you want to find the easiest way to accomplish a task without learning everything, because you don't need everything. Like once you know how to do something, like plenty of new stuff comes out, I don't learn how to use some of the new stuff because I don't need it. I can already accomplish my task without it. So learning all these things will, one, make it more confusing because I'll have to remember all that crap. And two, it'll waste a whole bunch of time instead of making my game because I'm like, oh, this new thing. I mean, I even did it with a PCG graph. So I was like, well, I started learning, but I was like, wait a second, am I ever going to randomize anything here? I mean, my character's not even spending time outside. Why do I need a PCG graph? I'm not making randomized anything because those are never very good content. It's good for throwaway content for like crafting games and the like, but when you're making a Metroidvania, that's terrible. Why would I want that? I mean, it's just an example of something I was wasting time on that I didn't need. Or I started messing with the meta human stuff a little bit, and I was like, I'm probably not going to use these. I'm not going to spend much more time on this for now, you know? It's possible those might still see some use, but I don't put that. Yeah, I just think that try to ignore the 9 million extra tools that UE puts on the table and just use what's actually necessary for your project. You'll have a much better time with UE, and it's way less confusing. It's actually a pretty easy engine to use once you start ignoring a lot of the extra stuff they release. Unless you're doing something ridiculous like I'm doing. In which case, well... yeah. She just needs an on-focus. Right? You have on-focus? You do. Look at something real fast. How did I go about it here? Oh, it's just begin focus and end focus. Yeah, there you go. I already have them built right in. Or do I? I'm basically going to steal the exact thing I did from this. I just trying to remember what I was doing with it, but... Yeah, I can start something so simple, and I start getting these big atmospheric, cinematic, extravagant ideas. I have no clue how to make. I think it's stuck. Well, listen, you gotta walk before you run, right? That's what they say. It's true. Pick one thing and just start building that, you know? I mean, like... start by learning how to make an atmosphere thingy or whatever, like, or a regular cinematic thing. Like, you know, just a simple thing. Just one simple thing for the thing that you want to make. Break it up into pieces. Learn this thing, and then learn this thing, and so on down the line. Bite-sized chunks are so much easier to do than this huge project. You're just like, okay, well, this is what I can do because reasons, sure. Where do you begin focus? This is how we lift code. Save ourselves some time. I started like with RPG Maker in 2019. And then I got into doing this, I don't know, a few years ago, but then I took like 2.5 years off for health reasons or something like that. Well, around that time. Then I came back, so I did a small amount of dev during that 2.5 years, but not on this project. Just kind of the occasional day where I felt well in a month I would do it. It wasn't much. This project here is on about 15 months in, 15, 16. I'd have to double check when I actually started. Took a while. Unreal's pretty easy to pick up though. As long as you remember to focus on what you need and ignore what you don't. This is very important there. Know any of the other ones? But I also like have a lot of just have fun with it. Like, you don't gotta, unless you're on some sort of a timeline, you know. Just kind of start tinkering. Obviously, if you're on a timeline, you do what you got to do. But if you're not, I mean, I gave myself a timeline for this, and it might seem like a long time, but I only have like maybe like 16 months left. That is not a long time for how much content I have planned. It actually seems like far too much content for what it is. Oh. It's just being dumb. We'll grab some more to drink real fast. We're back. Alright. So do I fold this system in there? I don't know if I do that. Let's see. No. More to it than this. Could just do a simple count. If you're not looking at it for a certain amount of time, she moves again. I could actually just like this. Call this the not the watching timer, sure. Should be easy to do. Huh. You're a carpenter? You guys sculpt landscapes and build? Nice, nice. It's fun to build landscapes. A different level design every day now. Using important assets though. I want to make realistic designs. Done how yet? That's fine. I mean, you know, practice. Also, I'm sure there's like, you know, videos on people making realistic landscapes you could watch. Learn some ideas from them. Treat them like they're Bob Ross. Learn all their secrets. Still learning. Look at this. I have a long way to go. For what it's worth, the system is a bit complicated, and I'm winging it as I go. I'm trying to integrate it into a system that already exists. I'm trying to think of a good way to do it, but basically what I have going on here, the simple explanation is that at all times, I'll put the image show you what it is. At all times, there's basically a ray trace going from Poppet's camera to things in the world. Now, if something's interact with it, as you can see here, you know, when I mouse over that, like, that means you can interact with it, right? The system already exists. Whoa, there's two of us. Terrifying. So what I'm looking at is a way to make it so that the same system folds into her. But I don't want to target the, like her specifically. I want to target this giant circle around her as a means of saying, okay, well, if the giant circle is, targeted, then it'll cause her to have an icon and it'll make her stop moving. And I'm basically lifting this code off of, well, that same object you saw me mousing over. I'm just repurposing the same code. Recycle, reduce, reuse. That's my plan. But the thing about this is all it does is keep adding and removing an icon. It doesn't really tell them when they've actually stopped looking at it. Well, what I was going to do is just simply set a timer. We'll say like, maybe like 3 seconds. And this thing will check once a second. And what this is going to do is it's just going to keep on looping over and over. This is a looping event. I make a custom event by just, like typing custom event. First custom. And you can add an event, name it whatever you want. And then I call it self with a little delay so it loops. And what it's going to do is it's going to subtract 1 every time here from this watching timer. And then if at any point the watching timer hits 0, then it'll count as not looking anymore and allow her to move freely again. But as long as Poppet keeps, checking this, it'll keep resetting the timer to 3. So this way, as long as Poppet's looking, the timer will never hit 0 or less than 0. That's my plan. So I'm going to do it after this here with the looping event. But looping stuff like this is pretty useful because as long as I call this, at some point, usually on event begin play, from that point on, this looping thing will always happen. And that will allow me to keep checking for, forever. As long as I never break the loop. So, as long as it's, as long as it's false, you can continue doing your thing. If not, I'm going to set looking default. That's it. But yeah, little things like this are pretty handy. I use them all the time. You can also do events by delay and everything like that too, like event by timer and things, but I like these. They're a little more logically dealt with in my mind. There are a lot of ways to accomplish this task. But largely the gist of it is you can make a custom event and then just on event begin play or whenever you want, call that event. I would do it up here. And then just make certain that you have a delay and just keep calling it again. And it'll just loop and keep running the same thing over and over and over and over. And largely what I'm setting up here is just simply a ticker. It's just going to sit there and subtract from this watch timer every time. I'll use decrement. Decrement just automatically subtracts 1 from something. Increment automatically adds 1. I could have also just done, subtract 1. Would also do it. Or I could technically have done add. And just add a -1 if I wanted. All three of these would have done exactly the same thing, except for this one also sets the variable for you, so you don't have to do an extra node. Otherwise, I have to go like, you know, set watching timer, like that. Otherwise, it won't save it. A little cleaner. Horribly unnecessary to do all these things. But, yeah. If it's ever that, it subtracts by 1. And then it just continues to reset her connect, but she continuously loops and doesn't do anything. And if, you know, any points below that, it just goes up. Not looking anymore. But every time this triggers, it sets looking on again, and immediately sets the watch timer for 3 seconds. So this way there's a brief period of time where you can't move, where she can't move. The movement speed's only 400. I'm gonna keep her movement speed real slow. What I don't understand was why there was 2 of them. Never mind, I left one of them on the map. That's why there's 2 of her. I'm dumb. Duh. Is there a nav mesh? Oh wait, she's flying. She doesn't need a nav mesh. Nav meshes don't work with flying things. You have to write your own special movement stuff for them. It can't be like AI move to it. That does not work. That did not do what I want. Because I don't see a icon on her. Well, you know, I didn't expect the first one to work. That's probably because it's not set to block a ray trace. Poppet targets visibility. Okay. That means this has to have the same. It's supposed to overlap visibility. There we go. Few seconds. You don't appear to be moving. Okay, well, it partially works. Except for she never moves at you, which is problematic. See how often it runs down each one, I guess. She should be moving to target, but she's not. Or you're just going painfully slow. I might just have her move directly towards you all the time. Where did she go? Oh, there she is. The problem is this. It counts this as being close. Like, because it's this thing. Close. I don't think that'll do distance to actor though, unfortunately. Swap my earbuds real fast. Not really moving towards me anymore, is she? Sort of. Come up here. Come up higher. Are you not set to flying? Probably should wrap this up relatively soon, but I'll go at least 8 hours, maybe a little longer. Is there a way to ignore that in a distance check? I don't think so. I think I just have to compare it against the other things. Yeah. It sounds really ghetto to do it this way. No. Um, I made some of the characters. Like I made Poppet. I made Charlotte. I made Tinka. I made a bunch of the female characters. I know what I like. As far as their animations, not really. I just made use of a lot of things that already existed. No real need to make all your own animations. Epic made a game animation sample with over 500 movements. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. Bit of a sneezing fit there. Yeah, that was decent enough. I'm trying to figure out how to get the distance to the capsule of something. Yeah, pretty much. Because a capsule distance from an actor. Because I want a way to make it so you're looking at Charlotte without her, without having to use the weird AI system to do it. I basically just gave her a giant sphere that you can look at, and whenever you're looking at it, it counts that as her. Unfortunately, when moving between actors, like checking between actors, it counts that as her size. So I'm trying to find a way to avoid that. Might be a stupid method of doing this, though. What is this note called? I've totally forgotten it. Get distance too. Might not be possible though. No? Yeah, it could work. Okay. I have an idea. Testing validation box. Nice, nice. Sounds good to me. There's errors, huh? That does not sound good. Back to reference. Oh, not up, I guess. Here. I guess I can always just check the capsule too. I don't need to check the rest of it, so. Make this smarter. Is there no means of connecting these? Maybe I can't do that. I guess I always do those get world location. I know that here. I don't want that here. Not that one. Well, if I subtract that, I hate vector math. So if I subtract this here from the location of that, I guess I would actually add it. It would be an add. It'd be the distance between these two things plus add. No. That's not right either. Because this is the where that's totally located at, and this is there. And if I were to subtract them, that would give like the relative distance between the two. I hate vector math. Take the sweater off real fast. It was cold earlier when I had the fan in the window and it was super freezing outside, but now that it's been hours at close, my computer has heated this room quite a bit. I guess if I subtract this distance, actually. That might work. Yes, you vector math. I had to take up game dev to do math. Can you closer? He most certainly can. The idle still happens. That's funny. Well, while I'm thinking about that, I didn't screw that up anyway to show that. Okay, I didn't. It's one way to program red light, green light, isn't it? Okay, that should work. Let's test it out, shall we? Can I defeat the puzzle while being chased by Charlotte? Find out. Rough. Doesn't seem to stop her. Why does it not stop her? Stopped her before. It does not now. What did I foobar in all this? Well, Poppet watching was triggering, right? Poppet is in fact watching, but it's not resetting her movement. Well, she's still able to move, so I'm going to print string that. Keep a visual record of that so I can keep track of what's going on. As you can see, this thing is not particularly the best. You can see how I've left all these print strings here just in case I need them again. Pretty bad. This needs so much cleaning up. AI for flying, this is so bad. Kind of why I wasn't looking forward to this particular one there because of the fact that I knew how bad it would be. Why is it not showing the thingy? It was for a second there, actually. Am I not close enough? She stopped. Very hard to look directly at that, though. Oh no! Ah. So the system works, except for it's very hard to target that. Well, then let's just not be lame. Let's just add a sphere. Sure, she can live in a glass ball temporarily. Oh, it's tiny. I was like, wait a minute, why can't I hit it? Because it's tiny, that's why. I'm just duplicating it. That's where you know where you can target. Right. How about now? A little easier to see her. Oh, laser. Still basically impossible to target her. Is it distance or is it... I think it's like this. Why can you not hit her? Is it just because it's a clear thing? Is that it? Maybe. Let's test this and just put her in a giant white ball. You know, it's just a giant ball trying to roll over you. Kind of terrifying in its own way. Hmm. Yeah, we'll pop it here. I mean, it should block visibility. You can't see through that at all. I feel like I'm missing something here. Well, not really feeling it. I know I'm missing something here. That's what it is. Okay. I don't think this will work. Well, I kind of wanted to actually do some sort that you can see anyway, so I'm probably going to put it back to visible in a second. There's more curiosity to see if this actually works. I want you to be able to, easily target it. So you need to be able to see where it is. Also, it needs to be way bigger than that anyway. Probably about the size of the other thing is what I was looking for. Mexican standoff here. Oh my god. Yeah, it's pretty hard to do. Need to work on the cubes so they don't block like that. Even if it lets you fall in the water, you're kind of SOL here. I made it. I probably didn't make though. That's hard. Like up above, it's really easy, but once you get down there, ain't no respawns now. We playing hardball. The respawn system only works if you have the right game mode enabled. It's not that fast, but it doesn't really matter much. There's not a lot of options down there before you need to go. Why can't I grab you? Who's targeting her? She's protecting him. This house is obnoxious. This location sucks. Okay, I keep messing that up. I'm terrible. Why, hello there. So what the pool says is mess up again? I actually don't want to be by the lake because I don't need curse power. I get curse power back. Totally out. The funny part is I know where the buttons are. Imagine doing this not knowing where the buttons are. Thankfully I give you a pretty generous look distance. Oh no. Okay, those stupid thingies with their little nut, like nub that sticks up pretty much throw you very easily. I need to be careful about that in the future. I would have lost right there anyway, but we'll assume I didn't. That was so bad on my part. I'm gonna take a break there. A little slower. I guess if I allow you the other thing, it's not so bad. Almost out of sanity, actually. There's no lights. I've gotta kick it out. There. Can't get forward momentum. That's hard. Oh. Okay, that's actually really hard. If I hadn't fallen in the water, it'd been okay, but I did. But it works, even if I fell in the water like an idiot. So it's very, very difficult. Granted, you are allowed respawns. I'm not allowed respawns because that's cheating, but you guys are. If I respawn, I'm, you know, a loser. But everyone else, okay, I guess. So it does work. I'd like to successfully beat it once before the stream is over. Plus, it'll give me a better idea how I want this to play out. This here. Seems to work deceptively well. I didn't think her AI would be very hard. She's literally just moving at you and stopping if you're looking. So it's actually probably one of the easiest AIs possible. It's just I didn't have a method for the other thing. And now that I do, life is good. Good. I think having the thing around her is probably a good idea. Like some way to really see where you can target to count as looking at her. It's possible I might put a different material on it instead of a giant glass ball. I wonder if this way's better. As he nearly runs out of curse. You know what I want to do? I want to remove that giant thing on her real fast. It drives me crazy having it there. It doesn't need to be there. The garbage sphere. Just to make it interesting and a little nicer looking. Really, it's just effectively a puzzle with a horrible drawback of dying if you happen to mess up. Probably the hardest room in the game so far. I'm not even sure what the best strategy is yet. Throwing the cube is the best strategy. Like, you should never really carry the cube. You should always throw the cube. I want to throw cubes down there to try to set up safe points. There are 3 cubes, and I don't really use them as well as I should be. But they're within our sphere, you can't grab them. Been slick if I could have thrown that on the button. Sadly, I did not code it like that. Oh, I can't grab those suddenly. It's very weird. No, you. You're slowly inching forward. She's cheating. You're a cheater. You cheater. Come to me. Hug a cube. I like how she has this weird power stance now that she randomly does. I don't know what causes that. But it's a power stance. I guess that one. Yeah, if you aren't careful, you can easily bounce those and it just ruins everything. How's it going? Pretty good? Pretty good? It's pretty good. She's watching me. She doesn't care. I don't think she thinks it's pretty good. That's fine. This is fine. This is going to be so hard if you have no idea where you're going. I'm not even willing to jump through that out of pure fear. I see, she's right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fantastic there, buddy. Now we got the moon tower right here. I need to get out. This is actually surprisingly fun. Constantly having to look at her. I clicked out the game. I don't know if I get up that way or not, but I'm gonna try. I don't think so. Is there a safe way over there? If I don't go that way, oh, that's dangerous. That's really dangerous. Never mind. I realized I took all the lights away from there, so not a good spot to go. I have to get out safely or this is not considered acceptable level design. It has to be with 0 deaths. It's only fair. If I demand the player be able to do it with the ability to respawn over and over, I have to be able to do it without losing even once. I missed. I don't know if you can throw that up there safely or not. I win. Wee! Sweet victory! That's actually fun. It's very hard though. It's the constant having to know where you can place the light blocks. If you don't drop them in places, you basically will run out and die. See, I'm not sure the invalidation box gives me more frames or is taking frames from me. I don't even know what this invalidation box is. I'm kind of excited and at the same time terrified. Yeah, that's super exciting. Super exciting indeed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Okay, so I'm no longer concerned about her being blocked by the buildings, I guess. I guess I could just make it where she's literally able to phase through stuff. She is a ghost. She's only crawling around the ground because she wants to, not because she has to. After all, it is just a game. For her. For you, it's life or death. But for her, it's just a game. You check all the collisions. I guess I could do that thing where I just let her float around through things. She has that on there, and I believe on this one. Do I just do none? Is that a thing? I mean, probably just overlap all. It doesn't matter because the visible sphere has that. So it doesn't matter at all about the rest of it. Device Unreal checks if your UI needs to be redrawn every frame by default. The invalidation box makes it so what you put in there is cached, so only redraw the widget. It's invalid. Every frame, but strangely, I don't like my FPS when using it. Interesting. I don't really care about it redrawing my frame everything there. Like, I just don't want to having to harvest information every frame. Because, I mean, Unreal draws everything over and over every frame anyway. It seems more than capable of redrawing some graphics, and I really don't think the UI is going to be that big of a deal. Not when you consider all the ridiculously, like, huge models I have, and it doesn't seem to mind those very much, so. If it doesn't mind a, you know, 300 megabyte model, somehow I doubt your interface of, like, a handful of, you know, megabytes is probably going to make a difference. But having it constantly update the information was just extra stuff I didn't think was necessary. It's just good programming. It could probably update the information every single frame, and I don't think it probably mattered that much to the FPS, but yeah. I can't say I tried their invalidation box, so doesn't sound terribly useful, but maybe it is. Hey, might as well. Let me know how it goes. We're gonna play a game we're gonna play a house. An all new game. It's a really simple game. I just want to see these houses actually. Blocker will still allow me to do the visual thing, because these actually are bad news for you. Like, because they block your visibility. They're not good at all for you. It's like when I got down the bottom there and I couldn't see you through the rocks. Yep. You pass through it just fine. And can I still target you first off? Still targeted, no problem. You pass through him? Oh. Okay, that's significantly more terrifying now. She is a ghost. I don't think she needs smoke here. I think that that's probably unnecessary. It was an option if you got ridiculously far from her, but I set it to 10K. She seems so easy at first because you have so much open space. There's no way she's catching you up here. Not so much down there. That place is. You're gonna have to lure her out of the way too, because there's only so many pathways. Okay. Now I can freely decorate this place. I know that it's only hurting the player for me to do so. That makes me happy. I'll do a comparison of the validation to decide if I want to use it. Yep. Gotta test these things. Gotta see if it works. I picked the whole sub on YouTube today. Nice. Hey, +1 towards the goal. I mean, I need as many as I can get, but hey, +1 towards the goal. So, how am I going to do this? First off, these need to be way smaller. If I'm gonna do that, I guess I kind of want some little streets or something. These are too big. I'm not sure I want you jumping on them. I guess I could have something jumping on them. I guess. I was gonna put lights on these, but I don't think I want to anymore. I think I kind of want them to be like not lit up. It's almost better to have a tiny little city like this, I think, than the larger one. Though being able to hide behind it, it does obscure Charlotte, but there's only so much space to run around on. A little better than validation. Guess you'll keep at it. Fair enough. I mean, how bad can the FPS really be? I mean, it's not like you have a whole game attached to it. At least I hope not. Well, actually, pretty cool if you did, but. I assume you don't. Whoa. No, thank you. Auto material and master material the same thing? And that wasn't like an auto material, the one they use on the landscapes, where they change based upon the various elevations and the like. Whereas a master material probably just lets you paint them. Because there is a painting option, but not every material will do that. The auto ones don't seem to. I'm pretty sure that's like the difference, but I could be wrong on that one. There's much programming skill increased right here. A very high programming skill right now. Like pale ale, it's really not improving my programming skill at all. But it makes me careless that my programming skill's getting worse, right? That's not helpful. Therefore, I think I like the one little orb thingy the best. I want an easy way to indicate that you can actually target her. That would make her horribly terrifying. There's a giant whirlwind coming after you, like, oh god, we're all gonna die. I have no idea what I'm aiming for with this, but I should wrap this up relatively soon. That's a serial function. I mean, she has smoke on her. Did you? Nice, nice. What idea did you get? Well, that makes her obnoxious. How will you even see in that? Okay, that's not okay. That's then this will your level. Start design tomorrow. Nice, nice. That's always exciting. Oh, building is so much fun. I don't think I need these. I actually don't think I even want the smoke on her. And she gets really close and then... It'd make it hard to see. That with that, like, the light in her eyes was crazy looking. Also creepy. Yeah, sometimes the light in her eyes is like creepy looking. I gotta change her animation so she's not like doing the crappy little fade thingy from the friggin' Paragons. Pretty sure the story and character concept stuff needed to make the game. Nah, who does that? Who makes games? I kind of prefer she just doesn't have this giant ball of whatever. We don't need no stinky games. Imagine ironically making games. Who does that? Probably needs to be a little darker than that. Can't really see it very well. Might even just need to be the 0.5. It might just be where I need it to be. Especially if you need to look quickly and see it. At the point you can look at. That's not too bad. I might leave it as the other one. I really do think it's better that you can see it relatively well. There's probably got to be some sort of better look for it though, but I don't really have one right now. I'll obviously find something different than that, but whatever. Needs to be fine. I don't think I'll leave it for the moment. Alright, I think I'm gonna wrap it at that point. It's like 9 hours, so plenty of time to stream tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow's stream might not be too long. I gotta get up somewhat early because I have a root canal planned the day afterwards, so it's gonna be awful. I probably won't be streaming as long that day, I imagine. Probably. Yeah. 9 hours seems about good enough for me at the moment. Alright. Do I even want to raid out tomorrow? I'm probably going to just skip raiding today so I have time to actually sleep before work. Much as I enjoy raiding, I don't know if I really want to waste too much time doing so when I don't have that much sleep time. So yeah, anyway, for all the new people, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like what you saw, subscribe, follow, you know, whatever you want to do. Join the Discord, don't, yeah, whatever. Either way, thanks for watching. And I'll be back tomorrow. Catch you later, Silent FNC. Thanks for hanging out with me and chatting. Hopefully you make a really cool landscape when I'm not, you know, on. And you can tell me all about it tomorrow. Yeah. And everyone else, I'll catch you later. Oh, see ya.